Okay. Good evening. It is 5:30 p.m. on Wednesday, December 20th, 2023, and this regular meeting of the Sandpoint City Council is now called to order in council chambers at City Hall, 1123 West Lake Street in Sandpoint, Idaho. Excuse me. For the record, I'm Mayor Shelby Ronstadt presiding. Also present are Council President Kate McAllister, Councilors Deb Rule, Joel Espiro, Jason Welker, and Justin Dick. Under the city's adopted code of ethics and civility, as the presiding officer, I'm to identify law enforcement personnel in the room who will be serving as our Sergeant of Arms this evening. Tonight we have Police Chief Corey Kuhn, who's in the back of the room there. If everyone will now please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On the consent calendar this evening, I've requested confirmation of my appointments to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Arts, Culture, and Historic Preservation Commission. With these appointments, we have some current members whose terms on these commissions are coming to a close, and I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize and thank them for their service. Slade Camp, whose time in the Planning and Zoning Commission will expire at the end of next month, has served 2 full terms. As former P&Z commissioner myself, I can tell you it's an extremely rewarding experience, but it isn't always easy, and it requires a commitment and dedication to delving into the complex world of planning and zoning regulations. And it's a volunteer endeavor. So a big thank you to Slate for serving our community in this capacity for the past 6 years. Also on P&Z, Ben McGrand's term is set to expire at the end of this month. Ben stepped in to fill a vacancy on our commission a couple of years ago and has been a very active and valued member since that time, and is also currently participating in our Development Impact Fee Advisory Committee. Thank you to Ben for your willingness to step forward and serve in this capacity. On the Arts, Culture, and Historic Preservation Commission, Woody Sherwood's term will also be coming to a close at the end of this month. Woody is one of the original members of this commission, whose historical perspective on a variety of topics has been invaluable. Woody is a valued member of our community, and he deserves our thanks for regularly being willing to volunteer his time. So thank you all. And I also want to thank you as well to those who have been reappointed and are willing to continue to serve, and to those new appointees who are willing to step forward and volunteer their time. Are there any announcements from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Yes, I have an exciting announcement and an update for council on the Little Sand Creek Watershed Rec Plan and some progress that has been made this year and going into 2024. You'll recall back in June, this council approved the Watershed Recreation Plan, which was in development since around 2019, starting with the Watershed Management Plan and building on that with the Watershed Rec Plan. Since then, you more recently approved a new MOU with Pond Ray Peddlers that allows us to project manage new trail development in the watershed. And after that agreement was settled on in September, POP put out a request for proposals for next year's trail work, and we ended up receiving 13 different proposals from trail builders around the country, from as far away as Kentucky, Colorado, all over the Northwest. And many of those builders actually came to Sandpoint to see what we were doing here, and it generated a lot of interest and excitement. And as of this week, we've awarded 2 contracts from 2 different firms, one from Bozeman, Montana, and one from Fruita, Colorado, which will be leading the trail development next year. And both these builders are planning to partner with local trail builders as well, which is really exciting. We're going to build some more capacity for trail professionals here in Sandpoint through next year's construction project. So I want to thank you guys for your support. Mr. Mayor, you've been a big champion for trails in your 8 years as mayor. And the Watershed Crest Trail was, part of your formative vision, and that's what we're continuing to build on next year and hopefully into the future as well. So thank you guys for all your support in that. Kate, you too.
Thank you, Councilor.
Yeah.
Appreciate hearing all that. Councilors, anything else? Staff? Nothing from staff. Okay. Next on the agenda is the public forum portion of the meeting, which allows the public to address the council and myself regarding items listed on the consent calendar or on any topic not included on the agenda. If anyone in chambers wishes to speak now during the public forum or during any other portion of the meeting, you must complete a sign-up comment form, which is available on the table by the front door, and hand it to any city staff at the back table there. If you're on Zoom and wish to speak during the general public forum, please raise your hand on Zoom at this time. To accommodate those who wish to speak on general items during public forum, as well as those who wish to speak on specific business items on our agenda, a total of 20 minutes will be dedicated to public forum at the beginning of the meeting. If you'd like to speak and did not have an opportunity to do so, we'll provide that opportunity by reopening the public forum at the end of our regular agenda. I will now recite the rules and procedure for public comment during the meeting. Council may not hear or take testimony during public forum on any planning and zoning matter that is before the city or is known to be a likely application. Such testimony is allowed only during a properly noticed public hearing. Matters that have been previously heard and decided by the council may be determined to be inappropriate for public forum. Those in attendance shall not engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, use threatening or abusive language, hold up or display any type of sign, speak out of turn, or clap or engage in any other similar act which disturbs the meeting. Comments shall not be personally derogatory, nor shall they be personally directed at any individual, organization, or business. Issues regarding the performance of city employees constitute matters that must be discussed only in executive session and are not appropriate during the public portion of the meeting. Public comment opportunities during meetings are for comments only. Please do not direct any questions to myself or council or to staff, and please do not approach the dais. Also, please do not approach the clerk or other staff at the front tables before you, as this disrupts the meeting and makes it difficult for them to do their work. You may inquire of staff at the back table who can provide any assistance you may need. Unless otherwise provided, each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. When it is your turn to speak, please introduce yourself, state whether or not you reside within city limits, and continue from there. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak during the public forum this evening?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Jeremy Grimm.
Jeremy Grimm, Sandpoint President, Mayor-elect, council members, mayor, staff. Couple things I know that questions, but he's never taken public comment before you act on, never made or just that. That's a resolution for the
You should speak at that agenda item.
thank you, Mayor. I just want to speak about the planning and zoning commission appointments and the agricultural historic preservation commission appointments. I guess I'm confused. The place camps planning and zoning term ends on 12/2/1/24. By my understanding, I'll be the mayor at that time. And I just am a little confused why you're making appointments that terminate during my term, Mayor Rogstad. And the same, and I don't know, Steve, he looks like a great candidate, but I just feel like it's respectful to let those, when those terms expire, let the mayor during those terms expirations appoint those positions. And the same would go for Kate McAllister on the Arts Historic and Preservation Commission. Her term seems to take effect, or the previous term expires on the 4th. So just ask that you respect the office and defer those 2 appointments until I take office when those terms expire. Other than that, thanks so much.
Duly noted.
Pam Duquette.
Hello, Pam Duquette, Sandpoint resident. I have been requested by the folks at Bluebird Bakery to ask where their tree went that was outside in the little place that the trees go along Cedar Street, First and Cedar. They noticed it's missing and they would like to know when they get another one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Duquette.
Charlene Wright.
I'm Charlene Wright, and I've been a resident for 35 years, and I just live in Dover outside of Sandpoint. I just wanted to say thank you for serving, and I love Sandpoint. I love Bonner County. I've walked and walked countless miles praying for this city and for the people and for the businesses. And we walk up and down all the streets, all the alleys, and we pray because we love this city. And so I just want to say thank you. And I'd like to pray. So Father, I just invite you here. I invite your presence here to this meeting tonight. I ask for the spirit of wisdom. I not only ask for these people, God, but I ask as they're passing the baton to those who are coming in, that it will be a changing of the guard, a passing the baton, that it will be a smooth passing, that there will be peace, there will be unity in this place. And God, I pray that the hearts of all those who serve here will love this city, will love this county, will love the people here, that their heart would be only for the people here and for what's good. So we speak shalom peace, the peace of God, Lord, between the city and the county, between the law enforcement officers, between the ISP, the Sandpoint Police Department, the Sheriff's Department. And we just pray for the spirit of wisdom, of understanding, of counsel, strength, knowledge, and the fear of the Lord for all those involved in running our city. And I just want to say, Kingdom of God come to North Idaho, to Bonner County, and will of God be done. And I bless you all and thank you again for what you've done.
Thank you, Ms. Wright.
As all have signed up to speak during general forum.
Okay. That concludes the public forum portion of the meeting. We will now proceed with the consent calendar. For the record, the total amount of bills is $639,398.64 for regular payables. Does council have any questions, or are there any items council wishes to remove from the consent calendar? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion that the consent calendar be approved.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Sparrow,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Motion passes. Consent calendar is approved. Next, the council will consider the request for approval of the preliminary plat for West Point Place, which is a proposed 4-lot subdivision in the vicinity of Ontario Street and Highway 2. On October 18, 2023, a city council public hearing was held and closed on this matter, with council postponing action at that time to allow for city staff to fully evaluate the request of the developer to phase final platting and to provide additional time to take into consideration the public testimony that was heard at that time and issues discussed by council. During our November 1st, 2023 meeting, council directed that the public hearing be reopened in order to take testimony from the applicant or their representative and to offer opportunity for additional public testimony. The notice of public hearing for this reopened public hearing was published in the Bonner County Daily Bee on November 28th, 2023. I'll now recite the order and procedure of the public hearing. First, staff explanation of the subject of the public hearing. Second, presentation by the applicant or their representative. Any questions should be directed to the applicant at that time. Third, opening of the public hearing, at which time the public may provide testimony. Those who wish to testify are required to complete a sign-up sheet, again available by the front door on the table, or if attending remotely, you'll raise your hand on Zoom at the appropriate time. If council wishes to ask questions of the person testifying, they need to be posed before the person returns to their seat, or for Zoom at the time their testimony is concluded. The order for those who wish to speak will be as follows: those in favor, then those neutral, last those opposed. Fourth, rebuttal testimony from the applicant or their representative. Final questions may be asked of the applicant at that time. However, if new facts are elicited, the public will be given an opportunity to comment on any new facts. And lastly, the public hearing will then be closed for deliberation. No new information may be provided after the hearing is closed, and questions may be directed only to city staff during deliberation. For the record, any written comments received were included in the meeting packet or otherwise provided to council. Before we proceed, I'll ask for confirmation from each counselor, please, that you have that you've had no conflict of interest and have had no ex parte contact regarding this matter.
No.
No.
Okay, hearing none. We can all participate.
I mean, it's just a transition over, so.
Sorry, Andy, is that you? Was that a mistake? Okay. I'll now yield the floor to City Planner Amy Tweeten for additional explanation of the subject of the public hearing. Thanks, Amy.
Again, this is a rescheduled public hearing. The applicant West Point Plaza Development LLC is requesting a preliminary plat approval to divide an approximately 4.3 acre lot into 4 lots in the commercial C zoning district. A preliminary plat is the first step in the subdivision process with requirements provided in Sandpoint City Code 1011C. A 4-lot subdivision would typically be processed as a short plat, but because this was already a lot as part of a short plat, a full subdivision review is required. And as stated, City Council did hold a public hearing on the request at its October 18th meeting, but as the applicant was not available, the hearing was rescheduled. The plat itself, the lots do meet the requirements of the underlying zoning district, which is commercial C. The property has access at 3 points, Ontario Division and Highway 2. And there is a note on the plat that there's cross-access easements across all of the lots. Existing utilities serve all of the lots. But an existing sewer main as shown on lot 2, this angle portion, will need to be relocated when a building permit is pulled for lot 2. Lot 4 will retain the existing buildings, and the remaining 3 lots are proposed for a multifamily residential development, which is a permitted use in the commercial C district. At its September 5th meeting, the Planning and Zoning Commission held its own hearing and received comments from adjacent property owners. Concerns raised at that time were parking and stormwater management. The commission did recommend approval of the preliminary plat to City Council with 5 recommended conditions, including review and approval of the stormwater management plan prior to proceeding to final plat. Based on agency comments received on the preliminary plat and discussion with the applicant representatives, staff updated the recommended conditions to incorporate needed changes since the public hearing on October 18th. The recommended conditions of approval to meet the requirements of Sandpoint City Code 10.1 are that the proposed lots shown on the preliminary plat already served by existing water and sewer. And then just that the one that has the angled sewer easement sewer will have to be relocated at the time of building permit. A stormwater management plan based on development plans submitted by the applicant needs final approval by the city engineer prior to final plat coming forward. The stormwater management plan may also be modified at the time of building permit on any lot to accommodate changes in the proposed development. City approved and recorded CCNRs for ongoing maintenance of the stormwater system shall be required prior to final plat. The traffic impact study shall be completed and approved by ITD and the city for any possible off-site impact fees. A re-permitting of access to US Highway 2 from ITD will be required for that access point. And the existing water and sewer main easements shall be revised to a minimum 20-foot width with the mains themselves centered in the easement. Because currently that is not the case. And also that the existing sewer easement, again, across lot 2 will be revised. The plat will be revised to remove the wording vacated by the plat, and that relocation and vacation will occur at the time of building permit. And then changes to the plat as required by Bonner County GIS and Bonner County Surveyor will be incorporated prior to final plat coming forward. Pursuant to Sandpoint City Code 10-1 AD, after holding the public hearing and deliberation, City Council may approve with conditions, deny, or remand the preliminary plat back to the Planning Commission. And again, this is the proposed preliminary plat dividing the current lot into 4 lots. And that's all I have at this time.
Okay, does council have any questions for Amy at this time? Amy, so could you address just specifically a lot of the comments that concerns that were had around the stormwater in particular? Can you address that specifically and how?
Mr. Mayor, I think that may be best addressed by the applicant.
Okay. I will now yield the floor and call to the podium the applicant or their representative for any presentation or remarks they'd like to provide. And again, please state your name and who you are representing as it pertains to this application. Thank you.
For the record, I'm Claire Marley with Rune Yeager and Associates, 219 Pine Street. I'm here today representing the developer Scott Darnell, who is also online. And Rune Yeager is also represented here by Darius Rune. So just for a little bit of background, if you're ready, Mayor.
Sure.
Thank you for the time tonight. For explanation, we are the engineering firm that was hired to do the site plan review application, but not the plat. So the developers asked us to step in because your questions now relate to what our work was, which was stormwater drainage, parking design, grading, all of the design work that goes into preparing that site plan. The site plan went through its normal requirements by the city to be reviewed, sent out to neighborhood, and we received notification that it was basically approved contingent upon a number of conditions. And one of those conditions was that we had to come back to the city to prepare a plat to divide off that commercial lot that you see in, probably easier to look at the next slide here. If I can. There we go. So the buildings here represent those 2 commercial buildings that were required by the city to be divided out. And so we were required to be here tonight in order to have those divided as part of this plat. The background of this, I think you're pretty familiar where this is located. It's Ontario Division area. It's known as Lights Out now. It was the former site of Northern Lights, and when they left, it was called Lights Out. So that's how it got its name. And the applicant now is proposing a new plat called West Point, which is a further division of these existing lots. And so what is intended tonight is to give you an overview of those issues that were raised during the hearing. And most of that information will be provided both by the developer and by our engineer, who is Darius here tonight. And then just a couple of quick things. We did get a chance to review with staff the proposed conditions of approval. And developer has advised that he is satisfied with those proposed conditions and he can meet those. And then I think for starters, we know you have a really full agenda tonight. We have a number of exhibits and we won't dwell on any of those unless you need further information, but we've provided that to the staff so that you have that in your record. And for this, I would ask that Mr. Darius Ruin come up and help out.
Leave this here and I can just roll through. Good evening. I'm Darius Ruin. I'm a civil engineer with Ruin Yeager and Associates. Our firm did the engineering work and planning to get the site development plan approved. This property is located east of Division Street, north of Ontario, and south of Highway 2. One of the first things we did was a trip generation report for the property. That trip generation report required a transportation impact study to be done. We did a TIS. We hired a firm out of Spokane to do that work for us. They analyzed the intersection where our project accesses Highway 2. They analyzed the intersection at Division Street and Highway 2. They analyzed the intersection at Boyer and Highway 2. And they also analyzed the intersection of the approach out onto Division Street. We've completed that traffic impact study and submitted to the city last September. This summer, they requested some additional information and we have resubmitted that information to the city in November. So we believe we've met the obligation of providing the traffic impact study. For your information, the results of that study were that the level of service on all those intersections were not impacted, and that you have a very good level of service for each one of those intersections that were addressed. We did a lot of work to create this site plan, this set of plans, which we call a site plan for lights out. I'm going to just skip through these real quickly. We did a grading plan for the entire site to show how the property would work. We did a parking layout to show we met the parking requirements to the city staff. We did an extensive lot of work on the stormwater plan, and I'll get into that a little bit later here. We provided a design for the relocation of that sanitary sewer. The sewer comes down and makes a diagonal connection over to an existing manhole. I'm sure that's why they did it. They didn't want to put a new manhole in the existing line, so they just took the shortest or the least expensive route and diagonaled across the road, across the property. So we have submitted a set of plans that show that redesign and the relocation. The site is already served by a water line and a sewer line, and the water line will remain where it is. We did provide detail to the city that shows where all the water meter connections will be made to each one of the buildings. So this exhibit shows I'm going to jump into the stormwater issue. This exhibit shows the area that drains to our project and drains to the retention basins that are located on the eastern side of our project. There's retention basins that basically straddle the property line between the Lutheran Church, Lutheran Park, and our project. This dark area on Highway 2 is the area that we identified with the city staff and other work that we believe drains to the project. It drains to the lower left of the drawing. It crosses a culvert on the highway here and drains into the existing piping that's there, and that discharges into this retention basin that's located on the east side of our property. This is a little confusing, but this is Highway 2 here, and right here is where it drains across into the property. This, and then it drains, this retention basin is intended to act like a bucket, and it fills up when it rains too much to handle it. And then it seeps out as the rains stop and moves on down. The outfall from this retention basin is located on the southern end of it, just north of Ontario Street. It goes into that catch basin, travels easterly along Ontario, and then crosses Ontario and discharges out of a catch basin, runs down the lot lines of behind these existing lots, and it dumps back into the street, into the city system, and runs to the east and then to the south. This whole concept was developed back in 1998 when the Sandpoint Independent Highway District approached Northern Lights and approached the Lutheran Church. And they approached them to solve a drainage problem they had evidently, and they requested that they get easements from both properties so that they could construct a retention basin and a stormwater system. In 2006, the property where the Mountain West Bank is and in that area was developed. All of these yellow lines were catch basins and drain lines that were installed at that time. They run over to the east and dump into this retention basin. This retention basin is basically all along this eastern line here. The part from the state highway that comes across and dumps into this part of the retention basin on the north. About the same year or the next year, the first Luther Park, excuse me, was developed, and likewise they collected their parking stormwater and they piped it to the retention basin. That's the intent of the retention basin. The report that was submitted to the city and provided on behalf of the Lutheran Church identified this area down here as unable to drain to this retention basin due to topography, excuse me. So they proposed that there would be two small swales interconnected that would drain the existing parking lot that was there from the church and would drain this proposed new parking lot that would be constructed. Their plans showed this is a cross-section detail of the area right here. They're showing a walkway. You see this walkway along through here. They're showing a walkway that's elevated above this parking lot over here. And it's acting as a berm to retain the retention basin, to retain the water in the retention basin. This is a photo of the church in 2006 prior to they doing the work. And this undisturbed area was the same elevation as what it is on our, this is the western side. The swale runs through here now. This is the area that they wanted to install their parking. Rather than do what was improved on the plans and was proposed, they chose to remove all of this material, and they graded their parking lot into the swale, which most days that works just fine. But what they did was remove 2 feet of elevation in our retention basin, and they reduced the capacity of that retention basin significantly, like 60%, maybe 75%. So we still have a retention basin that's available here for use, and it's been used since 2006. But I want to get to what our improvements we're proposing. So this is an exhibit that engineers like, but the red is the red is the same as all the elevation, and I want to show you that the basin is enclosed with an elevation that's consistent, but at the church location they removed that berm that was there before, and now this all just drains right directly into the retention basin, which is now at 1/3 capacity. This, by the way, this is the shape of the existing retention basin. It's our intent to retain that shape and to retain the retention basin as a natural feature. We do need to make some improvements to it, and we do need to make some modifications to it, but it will basically remain as this structure. Because this area has been removed, we worked with your former city engineer and suggested that we put a retaining berm back in here that will put the capacity back to what we need for the retention basin, which will allow us to collect the water from the State Highway 2 and from the adjoining properties.
Quick question, Mr. Maroon.
Yes,
That retaining berm, would that be on your property or on the Lutheran Church property?
there's an easement that straddles the properties, and so it would be the majority of it would be in that easement. There is a small part of it that would be on church property. I met with a church representative a couple of weeks ago and explained that to him, and and we've always known that we would need to get some kind of temporary or permanent easement to allow that to happen. He was very understanding and very agreeable to us moving forward with a temporary easement.
Okay.
By putting this berm here, it does require that the original swales that were anticipated in the original design be placed. And he and I talked about that possibly could be on their side of the berm, just off the pavement that they have, or it could be here in the corner where they have a landscaped area that they could utilize for the berm or for the swale, excuse me. These are two cross sections of the swale that we anticipate. This one on the right shows the berm that we would construct to retain the water in the retention basin. The other one is a kind of representative of what we expect we would need to do. We anticipate that we would do some maintenance to this by cleaning the sediment that's required, or that may have accumulated over the last 17 years of being used. And we are proposing to put a under drain in the bottom of the swale that under drain would collect the water as it seeps through the gravel into the perforated pipe. And that would, excuse me, that water would then run through a hydrodynamic separator, which provides treatment to the water. At this point, there's some treatment from the cattails that are there, but there's really no treatment to the water. It is truly acting as just a retention basin. It's not providing treatment per se. This hydrodynamic separator will have capacity to handle all the water that's coming through the swale, which I want to clarify. Please pardon my. So
Can I interrupt you on that question? Just one, is that a biological treatment, or is there a filter, or?
Mechanical, it's a concrete tank that has it separates the floatings up on top, and the sediments falls out, and it's included in our stormwater management plan that we submitted to the city. It's available in the I'm personally not very used to those, but it was an approved system to provide treatment. And that was one of the things we wanted to make sure we pointed out, that the water that's now being collected and put in here will provide treatment before it continues on down the system.
Thank you.
That hydraulic separator is located in this corner. We're proposing to put a drain pipe all the way up through the swale.
And so one more question about that. Does that require, is there a regular maintenance program for that to clear it out, or?
It needs to be checked periodically. I think our recommendation was it needed to be checked at least 6 months, but I would think initially we would want to check that monthly. Because it's being fed by the perforated pipe that's underground, that's wrapped in fabric and surrounded with rock, we don't anticipate getting, plastic straws and leaves and things into it. It's gonna be, that filtration part of it's gonna happen in the actual basin. Those would need to be cleaned up periodically also. I wanted to. So this is a detail of here's the treatment hydrodynamic separator. This is the line flowing into it, and this is along Ontario Street where it flows to the east and then to the south. This line is only a 12-inch line. So that line is restricting the flow that can come out of our retention basin. So this hydraulic separator is sized to handle all the flow that'll ever go through that pipe. The intent of the retention basin is to fill up when it's raining more than that 12-inch pipe can handle. The elevation of the parking lot for the church is 1 foot higher than the outfall of this catch basin. So as long as the water is not backing up into the church parking lot, it's still flowing to this and it's flowing out and it's but this time of year there will always be about 2 feet of water in this retention basin because of the elevations of the inlet and the elevation of this outlet. We've done a computer model, a computer analysis of the flow coming in from the highway, from a part of Division Street, from Ontario, from the Mountain West Bank site, from the Luther site. We've done an analysis to show ourselves, and we're gonna sit down with Brandon and go through that with him to get him comfortable with these plans. That shows that even with 2 feet of water in there, if we put that burn back on there, we will have enough capacity to collect that storm, and then it will take several days to discharge that through that 12-inch pipe, but it works. It doesn't work real well right now with this berm gone, because if we get a storm like we did a couple years ago, it floods a lot of the church parking lot, and that's.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Quick question for you here. So currently the water in the southwest parking lot of the church, as it is today, is going into the retention base there?
It is. Yeah, this is the church parking lot right
Right.
here. And right now it's
Because it's higher, it's going into the retention basin, right?
it's sheet flowing into the retention basin, but we lost 2 feet of volume in that retention basin.
Sure. So then you would build the berm, and then that water that's coming out of the southwest parking lot there, that flows down south, or it goes over the berm?
No, it would be captured on the backside of the berm, and it would need to be either put into a small swale right behind the berm, or it would be channeled over to this corner, and it would be the same size as what the swales were in the original plan that was approved for the Luther Park project.
And then that water further travels west and then down between the homeowners on Mackey's Way.
It does. It currently does that now, and
Right.
it will continue to do that at no larger volume than what it does now.
If you put the berm in
Right.
and the.
And when we talked to the
separator.
representative of the church, we agreed, or we discussed that when they're snow plowing here, especially if they have a loader, they could easily pick their snow up and dump it over the 2-foot berm into the retention basin, which would minimize the amount of snow melt on their side that would have to be captured in their swales. That makes sense?
Yeah, thank you.
One thing I wanted to mention is one of the conditions is that our client should be including CCNRs to maintain this. And we are agreeing to that, but I'd like the council's thought process on the project that did the Mountain West Bank has the same requirement in their approved stormwater plan. The Luther Park has the same requirement in their approved stormwater plan. So I think we've got three, or we will end up with 3 or 4 entities that have the responsibility to maintain this. And I'm not really sure, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not sure how that works. I'm pretty comfortable to say that it hasn't been maintained since the Mountain West Bank was built or the first Luther Park was put in. So, but this will require maintenance to check on that hydrodynamic separator, excuse me. The disruption of the existing swale as it is will be disrupted to install this drain. There is an area up here on the north end that we are proposing to remove some existing blockage there to give us more capacity. The intent is to have a 3-to-1 slope from the top of the existing banks. We're not going to expand or move any of the existing swale, other than putting the berm in on the church property. So with that, I think that's what I have to provide tonight.
Council, any further questions?
Sure. Mr. Roon, thank you. Always love these engineering presentations, and stormwater is super fascinating. I think a question that the public would have for this, and that I will just ask, is you talked about the treatment method you plan to install, the pipe, the disturbance that will need to take place in order to do that work. I think on a very simple level, what the community loves about this little piece of wetland, although it's not considered a wetland, is its natural state. To what extent will it be restored to somewhat of a natural state with the cattails? It is a habitat for frogs. We know that.
Right.
Will this ultimately have some, of its current natural characteristics when the engineering's all done?
There will be some disturbance for us to put that under drain pipe in there, and actually Mr. Staglin and I are going to discuss the pros and cons of even having that drainage pipe in there, but we will disturb some area in removing that area up on the north, but that should grow back rather quickly. If we do end up doing this under drain pipe, which at this time that's our proposal and that's what was been approved, there would be a swath that is required to put that in, and I think in a rather short time that would regrow. When you don't maintain retention basins or swales, you get cattails, and this hasn't been maintained in 17 years, so I think that's where that came from.
I think at our previous attempt at a hearing on this application, the perhaps assumption was that this was going to be replaced with just gravel or drain rock, and it would be entirely concrete or anything like that. But you're saying there's no plan to fill this with drain rock or to pave it in concrete?
No, we want to remove the sediment that's in there that's taking away capacity for us to store water, and we want to provide treatment at the end of it. And no, we want it'll be the same shape. It'll be the same size from the plan view. We will need to make it a little deeper and clean out sediment that's accumulated all these years.
Okay. And just so we're clear, is it correct? Is it true that this is currently the catch basin for your property or for the developer's property? Does the lot currently all drain into this? I guess in other words,
it does, yeah.
Will there be an increase in the inflow into this area following the development?
There will be, yes, there will be an increase, but our modeling and our plans show that even with 2 feet of water in there starting on a storm, there would be enough capacity to handle not only what little's coming off of our property, but what's currently coming off of the other adjoining properties and the surrounding roadways. So
Can you explain why there will be an increase? Is that just from further like hardscaping of the lot itself?
well, we've actually had an internal argument ourselves with that because this ground does not perk, and especially when it's frozen. So if it's got snow on it and it has a melt on with frozen ground, it's all running into this, it's all getting there. So in that case, we're not increasing any of the storm, any of the water, but in the summertime rainstorm, when there is a slight opportunity for percolation, then because we are putting house roofs and we're putting the asphalt in, I would think that we would be increasing the runoff with that final build out.
Okay.
But that's all included in our modeling that we're going to share with Mr. Staglin and show that that's not only being retained, but it's being treated through this project.
Great.
Can I just add something? So what our code says is that you're allowed to increase the volume of runoff that goes off site, because by definition, most development increases the amount of runoff. But what it says is that you can't increase the flow beyond what was there before. So that's what they're required to provide on the final stormwater plan, is that they're not increasing the flow downstream to overload our city system.
Yeah, but I won't say that.
Got it. Thanks, Eric.
Mr. Mayor, another question here. Are you two able to speak about the parking? I think one thing that came up at the September 5th Planning and Zoning meeting was from Mountain West, and we haven't heard from the building owner that has the tenants of Subway and Babs and White Cross Pharmacy. I think there was some initial concern though. Their parking lot is already taken up during school hours for drop off and pickup Monday through Friday. And the concern of the overflow parking that would come in there with these added units there.
We have provided the parking for these units that is required by the city code, and we've got 102 parking spots that we're providing for this development.
Is that one spot per unit?
That's in accordance with the city requirements, yes.
Thank you.
You remember the mutual shared?
No.
There was understanding that there was mutually shared parking here, so I don't know that one building owner can stop people from parking in the other parking during drop-offs and whatever. So, but we have provided the parking requirements in accordance with city code for this site plan.
And then on the, maybe if you could speak on your traffic study here on the access on Division on the west side. Right now, there's a narrow inway there with a median with a couple of trees. What was the traffic impact study in terms of, you said there was no, the level of service was not impacted there. You've got the new Bonner County EMS building. It seems to be rather large in terms of their footprint. It's completely filled out. You got vehicles coming in and out of there, going into Mountain West. Are you anticipating, or does the traffic study anticipate that you're gonna have more people coming in from Highway 2 and Ontario Street? Or from all three corridors, from Division, from Highway 2 and from Ontario?
There was a trip generation provided in the report. And we do anticipate traffic to exit to the west to Division Street. I think the majority of it was going to go north to Highway 2 and turn east to go to town. But there was traffic going out that entrance and to the Division Street and Highway 2 traffic signal. And we subbed that work out to a traffic engineer, and the results of her study and their analysis based on the projections was that the level of service that exists there now would not be impacted at all. You wouldn't notice it. So you have really good level of service at the signal at Division Street and Highway 2, same with Boyer. And both of these approaches will function in an acceptable manner.
Is that traffic impact study, is that based upon one vehicle? There's 102 vehicles? Fully occupied, or is that just?
I'm not sure I can answer how many vehicles you use, but the study is available and it's in the city file. There was projections from each one of those units as to how many along with all the traffic that's coming out of the bank property. I'm not sure I answered your question.
Brendan, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just want to add, so they look at average vehicles per day is one of the things they look at. And the number of, there's a published manual basically that everybody uses in the country that says based on the type of use, there will be this many average trips for this type of unit. So I don't know what the exact number was for this, but you know, it's 2.4 trips per unit or whatever. And then they also look at the morning peak hour and the PM peak hour, like the rush hour essentially. And so those numbers, the assumptions are based on manuals and regression equations. And that's where they come from.
Well, thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you, Brendan.
Mr. Mayor, but is it on the assumption that each one of those apartments has one vehicle?
It's not, no, it's, you know, so there's, assumptions for, apartments, there's assumptions for, hundreds of different uses, commercial uses, residential uses. They pick the one that fits the most and then use that number.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, council? For the applicant? Okay, thank you for that presentation. Appreciate it. We will now prepare to proceed with the public hearing. As I recited earlier, we will first call on those who wish to testify in support of this application, then those who are neutral, and finally those who are opposed. Those here in chambers who'd like to speak will need to complete a sign-up form available on the table by the front door and hand it to staff at the back of the room. Please indicate on the form whether you are in favor, neutral, or opposed. If you're participating on Zoom, please note that you'll need a working microphone on your phone or computer. Please wait to raise your hand when you hear the call for the testimony you wish to give, that is in support, neutral, or opposed. When your name is called, you'll see a prompt on your screen asking if you'd like to unmute. You'll need to unmute yourself in order to be heard. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to speak. City policy provides that the presiding officer may allow time to be gifted during a public hearing. I will allow for that option this evening. If you're present here in the room and would like to gift your time to someone else who is also present here in the room, you may do so. The person gifting their time may do so only once, and the person receiving gifted time may receive only one gift for a total of up to 6 minutes. If you are gifted time, please state as much when you begin speaking at the podium and indicate the name of the person in the room who gifted you their time. The public hearing is now open. We will now take testimony from members of the public who wish to speak in support of the application. If you're on Zoom and wish to speak in support, please raise your hand at this time. Madam Clerk, is there anyone here in the room or on Zoom who wishes to speak in support of the application?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Is there anyone here in the room or on Zoom who wishes to speak who is neutral to the application?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Kyle Schreiber.
Hello, Kyle Schreiber, Sandpoint resident. Thanks to city staff for all their hard work on this and for answering all my questions that I've had. I'm just getting up to speed on all this planning and zoning stuff myself. One of the questions that I had is that I really wanted to take a look at that traffic impact study prior to this hearing, and I did not have a chance to do that. The applicant says that it's available, but I didn't see it on the website, and I haven't seen it anywhere available to the public. But from what I understand of his testimony, they assess the level of service at US 2 and Division and at Boyer. But my concerns and the concerns that I've heard from people in the neighborhood are about the traffic impacts to Ontario, specifically Ontario and Division. I think you kind of touched on that a little bit. So I would like to have a chance to review that traffic impact study with those concerns to our city streets more than just ITD's concerns about Highway 2 prior to approving this. In addition, there's what I see as an opportunity that may have been glossed over. You know, clearly our community values pedestrian and bike paths and connectivity. There's a couple parts of our comp plan and our multimodal transportation plan that support that. If you look at the northern boundary of Lot 1, it lines up pretty well with Erie Street, which of course leads directly to Washington Elementary. And you have to imagine that at least some of these 100+ units might be occupied by families who might have children attending that school. And so I think there's an opportunity here to create pedestrian connectivity to Olive Avenue, which then would connect to Erie, which has fairly continuous sidewalks all the way to Washington Elementary. So I would ask that council, as a condition of approval, require a public access easement across the northern part of Lot 1, roughly co-located with the existing sewer and water easement north of the east and west running swale that we just discussed. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
Pam Duquette.
Pam Duquette, for the record, thank you for asking the questions you did. Yeah, my issue, Sandpoint resident, I said, was what we're not calling a wetland, we're calling a retention basin. Just briefly, I'm going to read what a wetland is according to the EPA. And I know because of the Sackett case, we don't get to protect them as much as we should. They are areas where water covers the soil or is present either at or near the surface of the soil all year, or for varying periods of time during the year, including during the growing season. Water saturation largely determines how the soil develops and the types of plant and animal communities living in and on the soil. Wetlands may support both aquatic and terrestrial species. The prolonged presence of water creates conditions that favor the growth of specially adapted plants and promotes the development of characteristic wetland soils. Those soils are a sponge. I mean, as a teacher, I taught about wetlands. They do suck up water. They do help the flood control. I have beautiful pictures of that wetland, but I didn't do my homework well. I can't use this. I should have brought my computer, but now I know. That area is beautiful. If you haven't walked by there and seen it, I still say the frogs are worth something, the deer, the ducks, the cattails. You know, I cannot imagine a development not destroying part of that. He said it would come back. I don't know. And the traffic, I think I would hope that you guys also take a good long think about it before approving it. I am neutral, bordering on opposing because of those things, I guess. So thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Duquette.
Jeremy Grimm.
Thank you, Madam or Mr. Mayor and Council. Jeremy Grimm, Sandpoint resident. I'm neutral on the proposal and the development, but I do have some questions related to Lot 1. And I'm not sure if Amy can pull it up right now, but Lot 1 is the northeast lot. This is in the commercial C zone. Our commercial C zoning has a maximum front setback of 0 feet. Now, we did that to specifically encourage a street or storefront activity in our commercial zones. As currently laid out, the proposed building schematics show the buildings nowhere near the frontage of Lot 1. So I don't quite understand how we can reconcile the zoning requirements of the commercial Z zone with the layout of lot one, because the frontage is that little drive aisle. And I don't know how you build a building with frontage at 0-foot setback on a drive aisle. So in my opinion, I think the layout needs to be explained or looked at to ensure that all lots can meet the requirements of the zone. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
That is all that I've wanted to speak on, neutral to this request.
Okay. Is there anyone who hasn't had an opportunity to? Next, we will hear from those who are opposed. Madam Assistant Clerk, is there anyone who has signed up or is on Zoom that would like to speak who is opposed?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Last chance for public feedback. No one else wants to speak on this matter? Okay. At this time, I will give the applicant the opportunity to offer rebuttal testimony to any of the comments made by the public. This will be the applicant's final opportunity to speak before the public hearing is closed.
Again, Claire Marley for the record.
If I could pause you for
Sure.
1 second. Amy, if you could pull the map back up, please, so we have something to look at while we discuss. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Claire Marley again for the record. First, the frogs. I live in this neighborhood. I'm about 2.5 blocks away. This is my walking path. And the testimony, as you heard earlier, is that this is going to be enhanced. There's not a destruction of this habitat. It'll be restored. The last couple of times we walked through this in the late winter or late fall, we noticed quite a bit of drainage that was occurring from all those trucks that have been parked there that filled with oil. We didn't see the trucks or the frogs like we usually did. And so this is going to actually help and restore it. Secondly, it's not a mapped wetland, but it's a created wetland. It's created by all this drainage that's occurred. And as we testified, this is going to be restored and improved. So we have the concerns of the frogs in our minds. We've contacted a professor at the University of Montana to learn about how to protect that habitat while we're doing this construction. So again, that's foremost in our minds that we would keep that. Secondly, the site plan shows a network of pathways that were required as part of our site plan review, and interested by the developer in providing those, as well as bike racks. So those are a part of the site plan that was reviewed in 2022 in June. So those are the two quick things. And I think you want to address the easement question.
Yeah, I don't, we don't have an objection to looking into a pedestrian walkway on the north side of that swale that runs east-west. That would need to connect into the First Lutheran site, which I don't know about their agreeability to provide a pedestrian walkway there. And then the other item was the traffic impact study. We can make that, it is available through the city. It's been submitted to the city, so that should be available for people to request to get a copy of it. So.
And Claire Marley, again, for the record, the question on the setbacks. This is a residential multifamily development within this zone. And this has been reviewed. I know I can't introduce any new exhibits during rebuttal, but it has been reviewed by your planning staff, and those setbacks were accepted as that is developed as residential versus a commercial building. And we have been advised that those setbacks as shown were approved. And also, as we go through that building building permit review stage, those will again be looked at.
Okay, and thank you for that. Any other questions for the applicant at this time, council? Okay, appreciate that rebuttal. And maybe just a clarifying question. Maybe Brandon, you can help with this. From memory, can you speak to the traffic impact on Ontario or division from that traffic report?
So they have to show the distribution from where people are gonna leave their site directly, but when they do the level of service analysis, it's at specific intersections. They did Highway 2 and Division. They did Division and that western outlet. They did Highway 2 and Boyer. And I think there was one other one. Oh, and then the driveway that exits out next to Babs on Highway 2.
Okay. Thank you.
And
And then,
I can I also just
yeah,
clarify
please.
that the traffic impact study has not had final approval yet, so their consultant prepared the original traffic impact study. That was reviewed by ITD and our consultant that we hire to review it on behalf of the city. There were some additional supplemental items that they requested. That was submitted back, and then that is now out to ITD and our consultant for review. So it's nearly there, but the conclusion of the original report is that it didn't affect the level of service of any of those intersections they analyzed.
Okay.
So I'd be
Thanks.
surprised if the updated supplemental changed that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And lastly, regarding the 0-foot setback on Highway 2 there at the northern end of Lot 1, is that the kind of is this typical for a you might consider this something like a non-conforming lot that would be subject to variance, or is this treated administratively because of the physical site constraints that that there's ability administratively to waive that condition of zoning, or how do you look at that? How do we treat that that northern portion of Lot 1?
It's an excellent question. And again, this development came through as multifamily development facing Ontario Street. I think it is actually accurate to say the building, now that they have divided it into 3 lots, Lot 1 does not meet the requirement of the front yard setback. It does meet the setbacks on the side yards, but it does not have frontage. The building will not have frontage on a Highway 2. So technically lots 1, to be in compliance, lots 1 and 2 would need to be combined, because then that lot, the building on the multiple buildings on that combined lot will have frontage on Ontario.
So I guess what is the staff's view then in approving this, considering they are asking for 2 separated lots? How is it that we're approving this when it doesn't meet the standard of the code? Do we have a process for that administratively, or is it just, is the idea being that the intent of the code is met given the constraints, or how are we looking at that decision?
I'd have to say that I, in error, didn't consider that that was a front yard setback. And that as it is proposed, it should not be approved.
Okay,
Mayor,
thank you.
may
Yeah,
I ask a question?
please.
I believe we're talking about the site review process versus the plat. The plat doesn't fail in your standards, but the use or perhaps the location of the buildings might. So at this point, we're looking at whether or not to approve the plat, and I'm asking if staff could concur on that.
Thank you. That's a great clarification. I appreciate that. Yeah, staff, do you want to comment on that?
That is true, and that's the complicating, on many of these issues, we address them at site plan, not at platting. But Ms. Marley is correct. Tonight you are looking at the subdivision. Does the subdivision meet the subdivision codes? We do have conditionally approved site plan, but if that site plan cannot then fit on this lot, they're going to have to revise their site plan. So based on the conditions of approval, the preliminary plat itself does meet subdivision. When we are looking at the site plan, we're going to have to reconsider what is being proposed on lot 1.
Okay.
May I ask the reason for the 4-lot subdivision as opposed to a 2-lot subdivision with a warehouse on one and a multifamily development on the other?
And can our client?
Mr.
The
Darnell.
applicant, Scott Darnella, is still online. May or may he answer in on the rebuttal?
Mr. Mayor, did you close the public hearing?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Is it okay that I asked that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Am I unmuted?
Yes.
Yes, definitely.
Sorry. Sorry, applicant Scott Darnell. Thank you everyone for your time and great questions tonight. Happy to opine on that question. Obviously the incongruency of lots 1 and 2 is a surprise to me. And so happy to mitigate that as needed to answer the previous question that Darius and Claire took a stab at. The 4 lots were originally, we were working on this project for probably close to 3 years now. Said to be possible with a short plat, that there's been a lot of staff changeover at the city, so that opinion changed, and we were always intending to separate the existing commercial buildings, which are active and occupied now, with the rest of the residential project, and had intended to just continue on with 4 lots and enabling us to have kind of a phased approach to beat the tough winter construction environments that exist, for that site. So our intention was to be able to have an option for phasing, but happy to merge lots 1 and 2 and make it 3 lots if that's so required.
Thank you, Mr. Darnell. Appreciate that. If there's nothing else, in terms of rebuttal, and if council doesn't have any further questions for the applicants, then you're free to sit down. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. So at this point, the public hearing is now closed and council will deliberate and may ask questions of city staff. If a council member wishes to make a motion, sample motions have been provided on the dais. And at this point, I open it up to deliberation. Council?
Well, Mr. Mayor. Amy, so there's a little confusion. We missed something, trying to figure out how it would be best to proceed as far as if we need to add some more conditions if we were to approve, and what would be the best wording for that. So this is kind of your area of expertise. So how would we most effectively correct this to follow code?
One option would be to move forward with the 4-lot preliminary plat as proposed. We would then have to work with the applicant going through site plan, how we're gonna address lot 1. But I believe the only other alternative would be for them to modify, if they wish to modify the plat into a 3-lot preliminary plat. But I believe that, and I would defer to legal counsel, that would probably require additional public hearings.
That's correct. Be amended.
I'm concerned if we approve this.
Remember, you're only looking at preliminary plat tonight, not the site plan.
Understood. I'm concerned that for the applicant's sake, though, if we approve the subdivision, we're creating a hassle for the applicant in the future when he then has to come back and merge lots 1 and 2 through another public hearing, or else go back to the drawing board with the site plan before bringing that forward. But it seems technically impossible to gain 0 setback on lot 1 when the only frontage is to yet to be constructed driveway. So I mean, easy to just approve this tonight, but we're going to have to come back most likely and resolve this in the future. So why not just deny it tonight and ask the applicant to come back in the near future with a revised subdivision request with 3 lots instead of 4?
I have a question for staff. Is it, if this were approved as 4 lots tonight, would the applicant be able to request a variance for that condition on lot 1?
I don't know that a variance is warranted in this situation, but something that could occur is they could go through the short plat process to combine lots 1 and 2.
Which would be administrative, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That seems like the path of least resistance to me.
Yeah. And certainly at this point, the applicant is aware that this is an issue. So it won't catch them off guard.
Okay, I'll make a motion. All right, I move the city council, after consideration of the criteria and relevant standard of Idaho Code and Sandpoint City Code, approve the request by West Point Plaza Development LLC for West Point Place 4-lot preliminary plat on parcel RPS 376800104A0A on the north side of Ontario Street, south of Highway 2, between Division Avenue and Olive Avenue, subject to the following conditions. 1, proposed lots shown on the preliminary plat are already served by existing water and sewer mains. Water and sewer mains may require relocation prior to issuance of a building permit on any lot. 2, a stormwater management plan based on development plans submitted by the applicant shall be approved by the city engineer prior to final plat. 3, city approved and recorded CC&Rs for ongoing maintenance of the stormwater system shall be required prior to final plat. 4, the traffic impact study shall be completed and approved by ITD and the city of Sandpoint. A re-permitting of access to US 2 from ITD will be required. 5, the existing water and sewer main easement shall be revised to a minimum 20-foot width and the main centered in the easement. Existing mains are not centered in existing easements. Additionally, the existing sewer easement across lot 2 shall be revised to remove the phrase, quote, to be vacated by this plat, unquote. The sewer easement will be vacated upon relocation of that portion of sewer main at the time of building permit on lot 2. And 6, changes to the plat as required by Bonner County GIS and Bonner County Surveyor are incorporated into the final plat. Yeah, and based on evidence, records, and testimony, the findings for approval are: 1, staff has followed notice of procedure applicable to subdivisions and contained in the Sandpoint City Code. 2, the proposed subdivision is consistent with the overall planning goals and objectives. And 3, that the issues raised during the hearing can be addressed with the stated conditions to ensure the request is compliant with Title 10 subdivision and Title 9 zoning, specifically 9-2 commercial zoning districts.
Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I had one quick question, just to the proposed number 1 condition. It says water and sewer mains may require relocation. Wouldn't it be that they will require relocation because of the lot 2 and the diagonal piece?
So again,
Or is that referring to other areas? Sorry.
oh, that's all right. So again, we're just looking at splitting the lots up. So the way that I think we need to look at it is we're creating lots. So these lots could be sold to an individual person at any time after that's done.
Okay.
And they might propose a building that does not require relocation.
Okay.
So I don't think.
I see why it's.
I don't think it's
okay.
necessary to require it for the subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and one other element that was brought up during the public hearing was the request for a multimodal, or I should say, pedestrian easement on the north end of the north lot, heading east towards Erie. The applicant seemed agreeable to that, and I just wanted to bring that up again to council. I don't know if council feels the need to include that as a condition in this, but didn't want it to fall off the radar.
My concern is that that easement is kind of useless without having the Lutheran church here because it requires an easement through their property as well. So there's probably way more discussion that needs to go on before we can require that tonight. Otherwise, it's just imposing something on this developer that I feel like there's going to be a final plat that we have to review, and maybe we could consider that at that time. Amy, do you have thoughts on that? Would there be a future opportunity to discuss pedestrian easement after tonight?
Yeah, and I do agree that it would be good to incorporate the other property owners that would be required to have easements.
Is it necessary to include that as a condition tonight?
Maybe wording it, explore an easement, a pedestrian access easement at the north end of lot 1.
I do like that idea. I think there's a lot of challenges with the fact that there's wetlands, right? Or sorry, created wetlands right there as well. But the potential to have connection to Erie Street, I think, is hopeful. So I would amend my motion to add one more condition that the developer work with city staff to explore the possibility of an easement in cooperation with the Luther Haven property owners connecting Highway 2 to Erie Street.
Luther Park.
Luther, what did I say?
Is the second agreeable to that amendment?
Yes, second.
Okay. Is there any further discussion? Okay, this will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Sprow,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Welker.
Yes.
Preliminary plat is approved with conditions. Congratulations. Moving on to old business and consideration of a revised legal services agreement with Lake City Law. I will now yield the floor to City Administrator Jennifer Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you have before you is consideration of a revised agreement that is really just changing our assigned personnel from Lake City Law. Andy Doman, who has been serving as our city attorney within the capacity of our contract with Lake City Law, has let us know he intends to retire. And therefore, what you have tonight is a revised agreement identifying Fonda Jovic as the city attorney upon Andy's retirement today. And we would also be retaining the rest of the legal team that has been providing legal services to City of Sandpoint. Again, just as a little bit of a background to this, we went to contracted legal services in the year 2000 from having in-house legal counsel. There were a couple reasons for that when council made that decision. One was this brought significant cost savings to us today. 3 years later, under our contract for legal services, considering we've contracted out prosecutor services as well as general civil legal representation, our legal bills have been half of what we were paying in 2019. And secondly, the reason that we contracted out services was so that we were not just reliant on one single attorney that is supposed to be a jack of all trades, but we can draw upon a firm that brings a wealth of expertise. And that is what has happened with Lake City Law. So even with Andy's retirement, Fonda's been involved with us providing legal services, has been at council meetings, has also been the lead up until about a year ago when Zach joined as legal representative for the city as well and took over a lot of our planning and zoning matters. So this leaves us in good hands for legal representation. I was also note that Fonda is the managing partner with the law firm. So this is a senior partner who will be taking over as the city attorney, and again, continuation for the city with our service agreement with Lake City Law. And I want to hand it over to Andy because I know he wants to make a couple of comments to council.
Thank you. I'm having some, oh, wait a minute, I think oh, there I am. I couldn't see myself. So I just want to take some time to address the council and the mayor. I want you to know it's been a distinct pleasure representing this fine community this last 4 years. You have a vibrant and thriving community. You have a bright future. It has been a pleasure serving you. However, and this comes from a higher boss than Fonda, my wife has told me that it's time for me to contemplate retirement, stepping back from my duties with the firm and also with my clients. And that's what I'm intending to do within this next calendar year. I want to take some time, though, before I do so to give some thanks. First, to Mayor Ronstadt, thank you so much for your leadership and guidance this last 4 years. You've navigated the city through a number of challenges, and you've done so with grace and dignity. Thank you for providing that leadership. To the council, I have always appreciated the challenge to do better. And you've given that to me, to our legal team, and also to the staff. I will miss all of you. It has been a pleasure serving you. Third, to your staff. What a fine group of people. I don't think you realize how devoted they are to everyone in the city of Sandpoint. They truly exemplify that this is a labor of love and not just a paycheck. Finally, to Jennifer Stapleton, your city administrator. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve you. Mayor, council, this is one of the finest individuals I've worked with during my legal career, and I've truly appreciated the opportunity to do so. You are left in good hands. Fonda Jovic and Zach Jones are going to provide you with excellent counsel. You will be well served going forward. I know that they will do a good job for you, and I think that they will be very happy and look forward to doing so now and in the future. With that, I'm done.
Thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Andy, it's been a pleasure working with you these last few years, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate your guidance and your steady hand through some pretty challenging moments. So you really have been a touchstone for us, and it's been an honor to work with you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Jennifer? Anything else?
No, it's been a pleasure, Andy. Thank you. I don't have anything else to add at this time, Mayor.
That's all the nice things we have to say, Andy.
I have one more nice thing to ask. May I be excused after you vote in the new contract?
Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Does council have any questions?
I would just point out, I think most of us have spoken to Andy in the last few days, so it's not that we don't have thanks. We've already probably given them to him over the phone.
Okay.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Okay, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this matter? Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Jeremy Grimm.
Mayor, council members, Jeremy Grimm for the record. So I do have some concerns about this renewal. I had concern about the original contract. Specifically, I think at this point in time, you have the ability to make some changes since they're asking for some changes due to Andy's retirement. And I would really express my gratitude if you would consider changing number 7 in the agreement, specifically where it says or until terminated by mutual agreement, whichever is longer. And I would really appreciate you considering putting a 30 or 60-day written notice in there instead of mutual agreement. Mutual agreement could be pretty vague. And if it were come to pass that the new council and mayor chooses to look at different legal options, mutual agreement is a little too vague for my liking. I like a 30 or 60-day written notice for termination of the agreement. Thanks so much.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Graham. Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, I've received no other request to speak.
Okay. Council, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the revised legal services agreement with Lake City Law Group PLLC City Agreement A20-1530-1. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Spino.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, following prior council discussion and direction to city staff, council will consider eliminating Superior Street, First Avenue, and Pine Street in downtown Sandpoint from the truck route. I'll now yield the floor to Construction Manager Holly Ellis.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to take a recess for about 5 minutes?
Yeah, that's fair. It's a little after 7:05. We'll take a quick 4-minute recess. Here he comes. Okay, we are reconvening at 7:10. Next, following the prior council discussion and direction to city staff, council will consider eliminating Superior Street, First Avenue, and Pine Street in downtown Sandpoint from the truck route. I will now yield the floor to Construction Manager Holly Ellis. Take it away, Holly.
Thanks. So briefly, what we'll go over today regarding the truck route, I'll give background on how we got here and talk about a truck traffic analysis that we've completed. We also had discussions with ITD and ultimately next steps in changing the truck route. So the background in Sandpoint's adopted multimodal transportation plan, figure 17 has the city's official truck route. Currently, the plan is to revisit this truck route with the next update to the multimodal transportation plan. In the interim, council has directed staff to revisit this truck route now, particularly looking at downtown, hearing concerns from the community about truck traffic in the downtown, and also with Sandpoint planning to relocate a traffic signal from Pine and Fifth to Pine and Fifth from Church and Fifth, as that's anticipated to increase truck traffic on Pine. With that direction, truck traffic analysis was completed by our consultant engineers. The results are provided on the screen in front of you. So on the right-hand side, you'll see 2 truck route scenarios. In red is the existing east-west connecting truck route. So trucks are using Pine Street to navigate in between the 2 highways. The proposed truck route revision would be to eliminate downtown so that trucks would have to stay on Fifth Avenue or 95 and go up to this clover here to continue their east-west connectivity. The results are provided in this table here in green. So we did this assessment looking at trucks, anything larger than a pickup truck was counted. The existing condition is this column here. So this is the truck volumes that are currently on Pine, Fifth, and First today. Scenario 1 considers the existing truck route, but with the traffic signal moved to Pine Street. And then scenario 2 has the revised truck route in green and the Pine Street traffic signal. The big takeaways here are that, yes, Pine Street does have a lot of truck traffic today. 7% is significant. It is going to increase when the signal moves, the truck traffic will increase. So it'll increase from 7 to 10% when that signal moves, it's anticipated. If the truck route is revised to remove downtown, it's anticipated that you're not going to get 100% compliance. So you'll still have 3% of that traffic might be trucks. The biggest impact on changing the truck route is to Fifth Avenue. So when you're taking downtown offline, trucks are going to have to navigate this portion of Fifth Avenue. Currently, it's about 7% is truck traffic.
after the signal moves, and if this truck route were to be revised, it would increase to 16%. It's also worth noting that the truck route revision, you will likely see increases to truck traffic on Boyer and Division, although minimal. It's going to be based off of that truck driver's decision to opt to take those routes instead of going through Fifth Avenue. We've also had conversations with ITD about revising our truck route. They have agreed to post signage, and their engineer put together a plan, which is shown on this screen. So these are the signs that they could post if we requested them to. Part of the reason that we're able to facilitate this revision is the state recently completed that project on Fifth Avenue, and that increased the clearance on that portion of the highway. So now their highway can accommodate a larger amount of commercial trucks now that they don't have those clearance restrictions. It is worth also noting here that the signage that we're posting is selective exclusionary signage, which means that it is enforceable. That's something that we heard from City Council, is that we could put up truck routes that are navigation and they show trucks, hey, take this route. Those signs are not enforceable. The option shown in front of you is something that could be enforced. So there are 3 steps to changing the truck route. The first is to amend the multimodal transportation plan. There is kind of a snip there to the right that would show that downtown is taken off as a truck route. The second step would be to amend city code. That ordinance it's in your council packet, and I can pull that up if we need to look at it in more detail, but essentially the city code was revised to now define the truck route. That was the big missing piece that was for us to enforce it. We have to define our truck route. So that's in there. And then it also identifies that the commercial trucks that we are prohibiting downtown are commercial trucks larger than 26,000 pounds. It's a class 7 heavy duty truck. There's some examples here, dump trucks, large transit buses. The next step lower is a class 6. It does not require a CDL, and it would be something like a bus size vehicle. And then the third step to revising the truck route is to authorize staff to work with ITD to post this signage. And I'll lastly note that Police Chief Corey Kuhn is prepared to discuss if there are any enforcement questions.
Great, thank you, Holly. Council, any questions?
Just a comment. Deb,
No, you go first.
I just want to thank Holly and Jennifer for prioritizing this over the last few months. This was pretty recent, actually, that we requested that this study be done, and it happened quite quickly. So thank you very much, Holly, for your great work on this. Really appreciate it. And yeah, I think after we, I do have questions for the chief, but I think he'll come up in a moment. So any other questions for Holly, maybe?
I did have a question for Holly. It's a little bit off track, but as we start to rebuild Division and that becomes a lot more constricted route, is that truck route going to be going away, and is that going to be coming back before us? And then the second piece of that would be that I also thought originally some of these truck routes took out that more residential section of Boyer and then brought trucks back in on Larch when they were headed north, because that's such a dangerous intersection where Dubs is and the trucks turning left there. And are we going to revisit that in the future as Division starts to change in other areas?
So I can speak to Division. The projects that we've been working on from a geometry perspective still accommodate trucks. The reason that Division is still a truck route is because of that Baldy extension project, it was identified that that project needs to happen before we can take trucks off division because the level of service at Baldy and Boyer.
Okay, thank you for reminding me that. I do remember that. That was it. Thank you.
And as far as the Boyer piece, you just can't speak to that at this time.
But Boyer and Dubs, that one
Complicated.
I don't have, not at this time.
Chief, you want to answer some questions for us?
Sure. Love to. So Holly used the word may be enforced. These signs may be enforced. Can you talk about the police department's view on enforcing our new truck routes in town?
Yeah, so the nice thing about it, the signage that we're gonna put up that's recommended by ITD is enforceable. And she used the word may in the aspect of we don't catch everything 100% of the time.
Sure.
And we can't sit there 24/7. But the ability for us to actually enforce it now, and we can do with the signs going up. So the term may that's why it was used. Honestly, I think a lot of our violators are local truck users.
Yep.
Logging truck, gravel trucks, low boys, those type of things. Once a few citations are issued, I think you'll curb a behavior quick.
And this is probably a question for all the staff. Can we please do some public engagement and awareness on this as well? Going straight to enforcement is never, I think, the best approach. So maybe through social media, police department, social media pages, a press release to the paper. I think we really, Ellie's here, Evie, sorry. I'm sure Evie's taking notes right now. I think it's really important that we get word out so that we don't just start punishing our local trucking industry. And we do try to educate them as much as possible about this change.
No, absolutely. Last time we made a no truck route, that's exactly what we did. We actually called up some of the mills and some of the other construction companies,
Great
logging
idea.
trucks, and actually reached out to them.
Yeah.
I come from a logging family in town. So I know the beating that comes from that. So absolutely.
Great.
I think one thing that's important for the community and council to understand with this, as the chief said, it's once ITD gets the signs up, if council approves this tonight, that we have the ability to enforce. And so there will be a bit of time for those signs to go up. So even if council decides to take this action tonight, you're not going to see police out enforcing it tomorrow. That also gives us that window to do that outreach and that education in advance of those signs going up.
I did have a suggestion as well. Holly, could you go back to the map showing where the signs will be located? Another recommendation would be at Highway 2 and Superior. A lot of trucks turn right onto Superior from Highway 2, kind of behind Winter Ridge, and go straight down from Highway 2 all the way down Superior to 4th Avenue, take a right and then left on Superior again. That would be another great place to put a sign to keep trucks from entering South Sandpoint and basically bypassing Pine Street. Then they'd have the excuse that, well, there was no truck sign.
Yeah, that makes sense. I can, we can talk to ITD about adding that. I don't anticipate that they'd take any issue.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So, first question would be, what are our penalties and fees? Have we set those? Do they
No.
exist?
They do through the state. So it's a state code that says you have to obey all the traffic control devices. So those penalties are regulated by the state.
What is the fee if,
It's an infraction. And I couldn't quote you the fees.
Do you know in ballpark what that is?
Around $100.
Okay. And that's a state oriented fee. It is not a city oriented fee. So we cannot affect that at all.
Correct.
That would have to go to state level. Okay. And then my other sort of suggestion comment would be, I know there was a lot of talk about how there's routes on ITD website or there's routes on Google and different places like that. Are we doing anything to address or to make sure that those are changed at the state level or and or anywhere else to help the loggers out? Your family.
Absolutely. No, I know that's something that we've talked about is when you Google map, etc., those things. Unfortunately, right now we still see people coming through town because they're following those Google Maps. I know it's something that we've talked about, pushing that information back to those. But I'm not sure that tag you're it.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not sure what effort that takes, but that's something that we can certainly look at, particularly if we're having more enforcement needs than we'd like. That can be something we can explore,
But the state should be changing their maps or graphics on their site once this gets
Correct.
changed, because my understanding was they were even incorrect for what we have now.
That's correct. So in our meeting with them, that was one thing we brought up is, and so they're going to update their websites.
Okay,
So
great.
for us, for the city and for the state, those are easy ones to update, getting some of the Google.
Okay,
Some of those
yeah,
maps.
that makes
I know
sense
There's
to
a
me.
process that we can do it.
Okay,
It's just a little more challenging.
that's reassuring that you've already had those conversations about even what we have now isn't correctly mapped and
Yep.
stuff. So moving forward, hopefully we can help with that confusion. So thank you. That was it.
Any other questions?
that's a good one.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you, staff, for addressing those finer points. That's really helpful. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this matter, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Russell Tomlin.
Thank you. As a west of downtown Pine Street homeowner, I'd like to speak in favor of any proposal to eliminate or reduce truck traffic on Pine Street, as well as Superior and First. Large, heavy trucks will result in residential street pavement damage, as well as increased congestion along already too busy Pine Street. Also, with any proposals relating to increased traffic flow, please remember Sandpoint's toddler playgrounds that might be impacted by exhaust fumes and more dangerous street crossings. I'm thinking specifically of the playground for toddlers on Ella and Pine Street. Thank you for your consideration toward keeping our residential streets residential.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. Appreciate that.
Pam Duquette.
Pam Duquette, for the record. Yeah, great. I think this is going to be a really good thing for town. Also, when the signs are put up, I had requested the green signs taken off of Boyer and Division that go up Pine Street, which is actually where this gentleman lives. And the green signs were taken away really quickly, which was awesome, but there were supposed to be red no truck signs put up in their place and they were never done. So just when these are done, I'm hoping that's also, because I was told they would be, and they just haven't gone up there yet. So trucks are still, like he said, going down Pine Street, Boyer, west on Pine, and then on Division, east on Pine, because those signs, the green ones are gone, but the red ones are not up. So just a reminder, please.
Thank you, Ms. Duquette.
Kyle Schreiber.
Kyle Schreiber, Sandpoint resident. I don't think it's a secret that I'm a big supporter of this change. So, I just wanted to say thank you for all the hard work getting this to the finish line, and really appreciate your listening to the community and making this happen. I do look forward to future amendments where we talk about the truck route on Boyer and perhaps that connection on Larch over to Fifth, so that we can get the trucks out of that neighborhood as well. But for now, congratulations and thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
That is all who wish to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, the first action for this item is an ordinance for necessary amendments to city code, and I'll now read the title of the ordinance as follows. An ordinance of the city of Sandpoint, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, repealing section 12 of Sandpoint City Code, Title 6, Chapter 1, Truck Route Violations, and replacing with an updated Title 6, Chapter 1, Section 12, Truck Route Violations, which includes provisions that prohibit truck route from routing off of state highways through downtown Sandpoint, providing for repeal and severability, and providing for publication and an effective date. I would entertain a motion that the ordinance passes first reading by title only and the summary is approved.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spito,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Welker.
Yes.
The ordinance has passed its first reading by title only and the summary is approved. I'd entertain a motion that the rules requiring 3 separate readings, once in the ordinance's entirety, be suspended and the ordinance pass its second and third readings under suspension of the rules. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spito,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes. The ordinance is considered read, passed, and adopted under suspension of the rules. And it will now become effective following publication of the summary in the newspaper. For the second and final action under this item, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution for the first amendment to the Multimodal Transportation Master Plan, Figure 17, designated truck route. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Spito,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, under old business, city staff seeks council approval of the preliminary design for the Fifth Avenue Pine Street traffic signal project and authorization to finalize the construction documents and advertise for the project for bids. Please note that this is anticipated that award of construction contract would return to council in February. I'll now yield the floor once again to Construction Manager Holly Ellis.
Thanks. Again, the requested action tonight is to approve the preliminary plans for design of the Fifth and Pine traffic signal, authorize finalization of these plans and advertisement for a bid. We'll go back over the background of the concept development, get into the details of preliminary design and speak to schedule and budget. So just a reminder on how this east-west short-term connection plan came about. There were comments from the community, concerns due to cut-through traffic in South Sandpoint, frustrations about the signal timing at the Church and Fifth intersection, and frustrations about the one-way section of Pine between Fourth and Fifth. There were solutions and identified in that multimodal transportation plan with the objective of alleviating east-west connection cut through traffic in South Sandpoint by providing a main thoroughfare between US 2 and US 95. Also to reduce congestion delays and improve the intersection efficiency by moving that traffic signal back to Pine Street and providing better timing and spacing at that intersection, and then improving east-west connectivity again. Here is that an image of that picture. So again, we're converting Pine Street to two-way between Fifth and Fourth. Fifth Avenue and Pine the Fifth Avenue and Pine Street intersection will be converted to a full access signalized intersection. Church and Fifth will become a side street stop controlled intersection. So Fifth Avenue is free flow and Church would have a stop sign. And the Fifth and Church, US 2, 6 and Euclid are also going to be converted to right in, right out only intersections. So from that concept, in August, we started design and Welchcomer has been working on the preliminary design. So just a reminder here, we're going to post signage for right in, right out only traffic at 6 and Euclid and along the highway. It's just going to be signage for now. In the future, we could consider other improvements if we need to restrict the motion. Those other improvements are not ideal for snowplows. So the idea is let's start with signage. And if we have enforcement issues, we can do something more in the future, but the intent is that hopefully posting right in, right out only signage will be adequate. We're also relocating the crosswalk that's at Euclid. It's getting moved to the Pine and Fifth intersection. Essentially, this crosswalk right now is a mid-block crossing, which is unsafe. It'll get relocated to the intersection. It'll be a signalized crosswalk and it will become much safer.
So is that on the west side of the intersection?
Yes.
Okay.
Holly, may I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, can you clarify, that the crosswalk that's currently at Euclid will be moved to the west side of the intersection? Does that mean, can you just draw with your mouse where that's going to be moved to?
Right here.
Okay, will that be wider, a wider crossing, and will there still be good sight lines for traffic coming from the north there? I'm a little concerned about, you know, traffic whipping around that corner and going straight into a crosswalk.
Yes, that was I'll bring this image up. This is the crosswalk that's proposed on the west side. It is, I haven't measured it, but it's a little bit wider. We're a little bit wider here on this part of Fifth. It's a signalized crossing, so you won't be able to go to this crosswalk and cross at any time. It'll be timed with the signal.
Oh, I see.
So that you won't have a
Got you.
conflict with traffic.
Do you mind going back to the previous slide? Would it be possible to add or relocate a crosswalk or add an additional crosswalk somewhere around the vicinity of 6th and US 2? I just know, you know, that this is personally a crosswalk that I use nearly daily. And it's usually heading to a place such as Evans Brothers or Matchwood. And I could see, you know, people that I know, including myself, probably not taking a right on Highway 2 and going down to Pine Street to cross, rather heading in the direction we're going and just jaywalking, because to be honest, I'll probably never use the new crosswalk if I'm being honest, because it's just in the wrong direction. So is there any possibility of adding a crosswalk over in the vicinity of 6 so that people headed to where a lot of people head to from South Sandpoint, which is not downtown, rather, you know, the vicinity of, you know, the Granary District, could continue to do that without having to head east, since there's no through, you know, Fifth Avenue doesn't go through. So you're talking about going up to Euclid and then backtracking half a block to get to a crosswalk and then standing there while you wait for a signal, which we know currently, I mean, traffic stops for pedestrians right now, generally speaking. If not, you step out and they stop. But now pedestrians are going to have to wait for a signal.
They are
perceived as being a not very, you know, used crosswalk relative to the ease of just crossing where the crosswalk currently is or further west.
Yeah, this project did not look at considering a crosswalk at 6. I will say that if a crosswalk was added there, it'd be a mid-block crossing and it would be across a highway. So we'd have to work with ITD, but really it wouldn't be safe. I guess it depends on how confident of a walker you are. And I do see this crosswalk used, but it is a state highway, and particularly how close you are to coming around bend. There's a lot of advantage to having that timing, that you're not going to have that conflict with other vehicles.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I had some citizens ask, and I actually have this question as well. Was there any discussion or exploration of the idea of the right in, right out from 6th and from Euclid being, you know, during certain hours, you know, 7 to 9 in the morning and 3 to 6 in the afternoon, for example, or maybe just during the day? I know there are, also being a heavy user of this intersection, there are times when there's just not a lot of traffic on Highway 2, and to restrict that left turn out of Euclid is, you know, it's where we are definitely going to create more traffic on Boyer, as people who currently use that as an access point to Pine are going to be forced to go up Boyer or Lake Street now. Has there been any discussion with the city about making this, you know, from hour A to hour B, this is right in, right out only, but other times if you're going out at 9 p.m. at night, is it necessary when there's no one really coming around that corner?
That hasn't been discussed. Anytime you introduce timing to a traffic signal, your enforcement is probably going to be reduced because people will forget. You just get used to your habits. I don't know if it's worth asking Chief Corey Kuhn if he has an opinion, but the short answer, no, we have not explored that.
Okay.
I would imagine the chief does have an opinion.
Reference the crosswalk.
I guess the crosswalk and the idea of a right in, right out being perhaps only during
I'll give you my two
Rush
cents on the
hours.
crosswalk. The state has the final say, like Holly said, but there are concerns being a mid-block. And also with the amount of traffic that we're gonna see increased, hopefully in that section, it's probably not gonna be the best for pedestrian safety because it's not controlled. The right in, right out timeframes, we see those in other cities. We don't have that here in town. We've talked about something similar coming out of the beach, putting a sign up there to where no left, so that we'd only enforce it during like peak times. So those are things that we have discussed. We've just never moved forward with it. This could be a further discussion that we can have looking at those evening hours of putting up some signage that said between X amount and X amount of time. So it's something that we could enforce if it's a sign that's posted. Because I absolutely get the concern of, right, especially if there's no barrier to prevent it. And we see the same thing if you go back to Dubs. There's a sign near Dubs that says no left turn, no exit right. People do it constantly. There's some enforcement that takes place there, but people are still doing it. So
yeah. If I'm not mistaken, Holly and Chief, there won't be a pedestrian crossing between Fifth Avenue and Boyer now, a legal pedestrian crossing. So this is really forcing pedestrians to go stand at a stoplight and intersection when we get rid of this crosswalk. We have concerns about mid-block crosswalks. Why do we have concerns about mid-block crosswalks? They really are just prioritizing pedestrians. And that's, I just, like, I hadn't really seen this. I apologize for not talking to you about this earlier, but I didn't realize we'd be eliminating a crosswalk here. And that's, in my opinion, a really big deal because it's going to create massive inconvenience for pedestrians from South Sandpoint trying to get anywhere when they have to go to either Boyer or to Pine and Fifth now and stand. Because we know at Church Street right now, sometimes you're standing for 5 minutes waiting for that light to turn green. So I'm not asking for an answer. I'm saying we should consider this because we have what is the signal, the lit crosswalk that we have over on Oak Street? What are those called?
RRFBs.
Yeah, I could see a strong need for something like that between Fifth Avenue and Boyer on Highway 2 here.
So mid-block crossings are just generally not safe. We're putting a crosswalk in with this intersection just half a block east. So there was an opportunity to improve safety for pedestrians in this area. And that was the lens, and removing this crosswalk and replacing it with a signalized crossing where, yes, you're waiting, but you'll have a safe, clear time. The other thing we can look at this, but the other thing is we will have a turn lane here, and potentially you might have stacking. We haven't done our signal timing yet, but there's potential that if the signal moves and you have stacking, it could stack west of Euclid, and then you'd be stacking. Vehicles would be waiting to turn at the signal. They'd be stopped. And so those cars potentially, I don't have that stacking number yet, but it could reach past Euclid and into that crosswalk, which again would be an unsafe scenario. And I wouldn't want to encourage anyone to try to walk through and take a crosswalk where you have vehicles waiting for a signal to turn.
We just want you to be safe. Be safe, Jason.
When not much stands between me and my espresso, I'll tell you that. And if standing 5 minutes at a intersection is what's necessary, I'm probably not going to do it.
Yeah, I won't arrest you.
So there may be some jaywalking. That's what we're hearing.
Get the pros
Well,
out.
in all seriousness though, like, why do we have a mid-block crosswalk right now? And guess what? It works. Cars just stop for pedestrians. And now we're asking pedestrians to stop and wait their turn when right now they are prioritized. So we're eliminating a crosswalk that pedestrians have the right of way at, and vehicles do stop. And I'm saying if we could move that a block to the west to 6th Avenue and maintain some pedestrian crossing between 5th and Boyer, it would be highly valued by residents of South Sandpoint.
So just to give you an example of stacking, a visual. So today at 3 o'clock, the intersection we currently have at Church and the 5th Avenue, that stacking actually wrapped around the corner. Not quite to Euclid, but down around the corner. So when we talk about moving that intersection all the way back now to US 2, that 5th Avenue and Pine. So you think of 2 cars stacked deep, that's gonna go well beyond Euclid, probably back to Sixth Avenue in stacking. And so there is a concern, an absolute concern for the safety of the overall pedestrians of putting that mid-block crossing in there with those stacking and people then walking out in front of cars. We live in a great town where people do stop for pedestrians. We've seen a huge improvement in that in the last few years with some of the things we've done. But also when they step out on that, it does create hazards because now cars are stopping, especially in that section where now you have cars actually going around the cars almost up onto the sidewalk to get around them. So there becomes some hazards with creating stoppage on that section of road. So you're just, the state, they're just got to weigh the pros and cons.
It's going to be well-earned espresso.
So moving to the Church Street and Fifth Ave intersection. We've got stop signs being installed on Church. No traffic control on Fifth. It'll be free flow. And we will have our RFBs at these crosswalks across Fifth. This will look just very similar to when you're crossing Oak with this RRFB here is what we're speaking to. And we're reusing the existing pole foundations to post new lighting because we are able to use the existing traffic signals, which is great news. So we'll have to replace those poles with new lighting.
I mean, just like ambient lighting, that you're saying?
Oh, the illumination so that at nighttime, the crosswalks will be well lit. So the Pine Street and Fifth intersection is shown on your screen, and there's a few things to highlight. You do have crosswalks on the east and west side of the intersection to cross the highway. You'll notice that there is not a sidewalk on the north side. That was in our original concept, and we were hoping that we were able to make it work, but from a geometry perspective, it didn't. You'll notice that the stop bar at the north side is quite a ways north. And it's that way because of geometry and trying to make turn lanes fit in that existing curb layout. That moved the crosswalk quite a ways north, and it just is not a safe location. No, a driver wouldn't anticipate that there would be a crosswalk there, so that crosswalk was eliminated. The signals, as I mentioned, we're able to reuse the existing poles from Church, the masts and the signal equipment, so it's going to be significant cost savings. And we're also adding advanced detection. One of the reasons that the existing Church signal is not operating to its fullest potential is that they have a puck detection that detects cars at the stop bar. Those no longer are working, and ITD has not and has no intention in replacing them. What we're installing at this signal is radar detection that would detect your car at the stop bar and then also at a distance away so that the signal can be smart and make decisions about timing and sequencing. And if you're waiting for the light, it'll notice you and look for opportunities to improve those movements.
And I'm sorry, where is that located?
It'll be on the signal. So it'll just be a sensor on top of the signal to recognize cars.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, question. So Holly, I had, so the northwest curb line is going to remain the same?
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. I was hoping there would be some way to get the sidewalk on the other side of the green strip because it just seems like such a not comfortable place to walk, but that's outside the scope of the project, I'm sure at this point. But
and right of way. So actually the back of sidewalk is on the right of way line.
Okay. And then my second question would be about I guess it would be the northeast side of the intersection and the concerned about the radius of that curb and that we are not encouraging a radius for trucks there because that's no longer a truck route. coming off of Pine Street. So I know that when you have physical deterrence for the trucks, they tend to go a different direction. So I guess I'm requesting, because I don't really know what radiuses are relative to who can use what. Visually, that looks to me like it's more designed for trucks than cars to make a right turn and go north on Fifth Avenue. Can you speak to that, please?
So the radius was developed with a design vehicle that is a truck. And that reasoning for that is this is an ITD, even though it's our local road, that's our design vehicle for the intersection. So while we have signage and postage to say that a truck can't make a left onto Pine Street, their requirements are such that we have to accommodate. So
I don't know if you understood. I'm talking about if you're on Pine Street going west and you're making a right turn going north onto Fifth Avenue.
it's the same standard. So if you're on the highway making a left onto Pine, or if you're on Pine making a highway,
Okay.
either way, those are the standards that were.
So we have no choice in how we design that curb because of the state standard?
Correct. However, I will say one thing we were able to work with them on is accommodating truck route versus designing. So that radius it's not as wide as it could have been. If you were a large truck making that right, you're going to have to swing out into oncoming traffic to do so. So it's not as easy as maybe it looks.
Okay, yeah, I know it's not the same radius as the one on the northwest corner, so I was pleased to see that, but okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Holly, in the staff report, on the very next page after this illustration is presented, was an alternative version for this intersection, which showed landscaped buffers, a much narrower entrance to Pine Street from Highway 2. What's the deal with that? Why is that in the staff report? Because I look at that and it honestly looks like what Councilwoman Rule is describing. It's far less accommodating to trucks. It has landscaped, it has a much narrower pedestrian crossing, would be a much larger deterrent to having trucks cheat and cut through here. Do you have that in your presentation tonight, or why is that in our staff report if it's not what we're doing?
So in the staff report, there should have been this plan. We were looking at lane configurations, and there's two considerations that we were looking at, one with a right turn only off of Pine Street and one without. So the plan set in your packet should have had this plan. And then if you dove into the details and you went further in and dug, you probably saw our original concept that did not have a right turn. So I can provide more on that. Originally, there was no right turn lane. Instead, there was same turn radius here. It was still 35-foot radius. But instead of this turn lane, it was just two-way traffic.
Yeah, that's page 12 of our staff report. So I think we've all seen that now.
It's not a secret. There's no secret. It was the original.
Can you talk about the discussion around the turn lane? Why did we settle on needing a turn lane there? I totally agree. It's going to improve traffic flow there. Again, I'm thinking about pedestrian and just the deterrent that not having a turn lane might pose to truck traffic.
Absolutely. And you've segued me perfectly, because that was the next thing on my list here is lane configuration. So originally the plan set that Welchcomer provided had two-way traffic on Pine, no dedicated right turn lane. Our first review with city staff and Chief Corey Kuhn, his comment was, look at putting a turn lane in here. We had our traffic modelers look at it and Welchcomer look at it from a geometry perspective. And both engineering firms were of the opinion that it is hugely beneficial and will really set us up well for our downtown improvements when we're encouraging traffic to no longer use First Avenue as a cut through and instead use Pine. It'll also position us well for growth. So from a modeling perspective, it'll reduce the stacking. Again, when you're waiting for a traffic light to change on Pine, that queue will reduce by half by implementing this turn lane. It's also going to, with that, reduce emissions downtown, which is hugely beneficial. What it also will do is unfortunately make that curb line have to shift to the north on the north side. When you are crossing this intersection from the east side of Pine to the west side of Pine, the two sides of the intersection don't line up. So your vehicle has to shift. Industry standard provides that you can shift up to half a car length. And with the original, without moving that curb line, you'd have a full car length. So if you were tracking what I'm saying, we've got to move this curb line to the north. And with that, there is removal of one tree.
Thank you. I think we probably learned from the improvements to Church Street back in the day that a turn lane is probably a good idea here, because Church Street,
You want me to add to that?
no turn lane at Church Street is a nightmare.
Absolutely. And that's what we went, when we first looked at it, we looked at a few things, and that was one, as we looked at the current Church Street design.
Mhm.
And we said, what would we have wanted different?
Yeah.
And the first thing that came to mind is that right-hand turn to free up traffic. Two, one of the other reasons that we talked about this being so critical is we really want to encourage traffic to get out of our residential area.
Mhm.
If we make this more congested, we're not going to see a decrease in traffic on Superior and Lake. My hope is if this becomes a well-designed intersection with the technology that they have planned, we'll see some of those vehicles that are using Lake and Superior as cut through traffic now start using Pine Street because it's more effective and faster. And so getting that right lane in there, changing that up a little bit, allowing those cars to get out of there, hopefully will improve that and allow some of those side streets to free up. And then we can start looking at putting up our no entrances on Superior that we've talked about, and some of the redesigns. That the fear was is if we did the Church Street, like what you mentioned, that we would be coming back in 5 years and saying, why didn't we do a turn lane? So looking 5 and 10 years down the road, this, in my opinion, is probably one of the better designs we have.
One more question on that Pine Street section there, the center yellow median line there is split there. Is it, is that to accommodate that truck traffic that you're referring to? Why is it split like that?
No, so it's to better align the east side with the west side of the intersection. So you want your intersection, each side to mirror each other. So on the west side, you have a left turn lane. You would want a left turn lane on the east side as well, so that all of your travel lanes are in alignment. You go straight perpendicular through your intersection. Because we have 3 lanes of traffic, one with a left turn lane, and then on the east side, 3 lanes of traffic, but it's a right turn lane, they're not lining up. So that painted median is to shift the traffic to the north so that the westbound traffic can be in better alignment with
Okay.
the
Thank you.
approaching
That
side.
answers my question. All right, please continue.
To build on Chief Corey's comment, this intersection truly is being designed with the intent of, if you build it, they will come. Really trying to encourage Pine for through traffic instead of Lake Superior first. Again, I do want to highlight there is one tree to be removed at this location. There was potentially one iteration where there was 3 trees to be removed, but our engineers were really conscientious and did a lot of work to reduce it to 1. So schedule and budget, the preliminary design began in August. We're working now to finalize the design, and next step will go out to bid. With that will be public outreach, particularly with the neighborhoods where we'll be working. There will be a future request to council to award the contract in February. And then fall of 2024 is when we're anticipating construction. Of course, with future outreach at that time to the public. And this project is budgeted by city impact fees by developers. And the requested action is again before you on your screen.
All right, any other questions for Polly or Chief? All right, hearing none. Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this matter?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Jeremy Grimm.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Grimm for the record. A few things to comment on this one. I think if you go back to your requested action tonight by the staff, it's for consideration of the design. I think you heard tonight that there's a lot of concern and question. I applaud Councilman Welker and Councilwoman Rule for those pedestrian focused concerns. Mine are this. First and foremost, we don't have a comp plan adopted yet. This multimodal plan was adopted prior to hearing the public's perspective on where growth should occur, what type of growth we want to see. Though I would say first and foremost, maybe I should try some reverse psychology on this one. I don't know. First and foremost, I'd say let's get the comp plan done before we move forward with this plan. Second, if your goal really is to reduce traffic through South Sandpoint, think about this. As Chief Kuhn just mentioned, at 3:15 today, I was there. It was backed up all the way to past Euclid. So now you're going to move that light from Church, where it was backed up, to Fifth and Pine. That backup's going to go all the way, at least to Melody Mufflers, if not further. If I'm coming from Dover or from west to east and I see a backed up, what am I going to do? I'm going to do exactly what you said, Councilman Welker. I'm going to go down Superior. I'm going to go down some other street because I'm trying to get on 95. And there's a big queue of traffic that I can see now coming from Dubs. I'm going to cut down and go through South Sandpoint. So I really question if it's really going to accomplish your goals. The next thing is impact fees. So what I heard was this is going to reduce some level of transportation and trips on Pine Street. If you build it, they will come. You've heard me say this before, impact fees can be used for expansion, capacity expansion. What I heard tonight is this can actually reduce capacity, at least for truck traffic, and trucks are part of commercial property that pay impact fees. So I question whether it's even legitimate to use development impact fees, transportation fees for this project. I'd like to see what proportion of those fees are attributed to this project because we can only pay for deficiencies with impact fees. And then finally, I think it's a great time just to pause, maybe postpone this. We've got the comp plan coming up. We want to work through that. We want to hear what the people have to say. This multimodal plan was adopted during COVID and had a lot of controversy with it. So I think it's wise just to take a breath. Let's look at some of these pedestrian crossings. Let's look at some of the impacts of this. You know, there's the old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it. I'm not saying Church and Fifth isn't broken, but it's a very limited window. It's peak hours that we put up with some congestion. And what we're talking about in this plan is really disrupting the life cycle and the patterns of pedestrians and the entire city of Sandpoint. So this is a big one for you. So give it some thought. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Pam Duquette.
Pam Duquette. Yeah, the tree, you know, I'm going to say that tree is beautiful, amazing. I don't see why that trees need to come down to do this. I also have seen traffic pattern changed quite a few times downtown. It's disruptive and it's expensive. And I also hope you would think long and hard on this one. That right turn, I don't know why that can't be. I know the big sweeping turn that you mentioned is for trucks. Why it can't be a more 90-degree turn off of Pine going on Fifth, and then that tree can stay. That's an iconic street. Those trees, I mean, that's Sandpoint. And we have to remember that people live on Pine Street also, and there are businesses on Pine Street. It's not just South Sandpoint, it's not Lake Street and Superior. And I'm thinking too that people then are going to use Pine more farther on. So they'll go through the stop signs at Boyer and then they'll continue down Pine to Division. That's like Russ said, that is a park street too. So I think there's a lot to think about. I'm worried about getting across Church with a stop sign, just like you can't get across Euclid, is it, before wherever that other stoplight is on Fifth. Yeah, I don't know, the businesses, the cafe on Pine Street, if that backs up with that light,
It's not a very nice place to be sitting with traffic backed up. Mostly, again, I speak for the trees. You know, even taking branches off, it's like that changes the whole environment of that part of town, not just physically, but environmentally, healthfully. So I hope we slow down on this one also. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Duquette.
Kyle Schreiber.
Hello, Kyle Schreiber, Sandpoint resident. Yeah, I like a lot of the discussion that's already happened. And I do want to start by saying that I do support two-way traffic on Pine Street. And I want to thank staff and everyone who's making that happen. But, you know, I have heard a lot of folks in the community who are very wary of another change in the traffic pattern downtown. But personally, I do see value in moving that stoplight if it's done correctly. And, you know, agree with previous comment, the Council-elect Duquette, that we should not be removing trees. That tree survived when it was a truck route. It survived when it was a US highway, and there has to be a way that we can save that tree. I don't think I can overstate the value that our community puts on trees. And I also don't believe that we need to take that tree out. As Councilor Rule pointed out, that 35-foot radius is designed for trucks. And I would ask staff what the radius at Church Street is, because that is an intersection on Highway 2 as well. And it is not 35-foot radius. So clearly that we don't have an imperative to create a 35-foot radius there. It is essentially going back to what that radius was when it was a US highway. And it has been the radius that it is now as an intersection with Highway 2. So we do have more options. I'll try and rapid fire here. I like Councilor Welker's idea of a mid-block intersection, maybe an RRFB at 6th Street. I don't think we need a right turn lane. I don't think it's going to be 50% reduction in the cars stacking up, because as the truck traffic study showed us, trucks that are going to points north are not going through that route anyway. And if you're approaching that intersection and you plan on going right onto 5th and there's cars stacked up, you're going to turn on 4th, you're going to turn on 3rd, you're going to take Church or Oak or Cedar, because making a right turn onto 5th at an intersection that doesn't have a light is not a problem. So I don't think we'll see the value, and I think we're giving up a lot by expanding that intersection and cutting down trees. I agree that tunnel of canopy right there is iconic, and I think most people in Sandpoint would like to see more of that, not less. And what else do I have here? You know, I have a lot of comments on the nuts and bolts of this, but the bottom line here is that this preliminary design needs more work before it can go to bid. And so I ask that you move to table this item and instruct staff to come back with an updated design that includes a more reasonable radius on that northeast corner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schreiber.
Russell Tomlin. Reed Weber.
Evening, Reed Weber, live in the county. Actually have an office right on Pine Street here, and so just familiar with this street pretty well. And then just want to say I am in favor of the two-way there. I think that's a long time coming. And it'll fix what's happening with Church. I also say I think rethinking the pedestrian qualities of this intersection should be a little more rethought in terms of that ease and access. If you ask a pedestrian to go another 40 feet, 50 feet out of their way, it's creating a moment that they might just jaywalk because of that. They might go another way, and just versus it's prioritizing the pedestrian who has to go that much more out of the way to cross the street as opposed to a car and their convenience. So I think if the pedestrian could be thought of a little more in this intersection. I think that'd be ideal. And then another comment on the lights themselves, and this is probably ITD's jurisdiction. But I see this in a lot of other cities walking around downtown. You walk right up to the intersection and the pedestrian symbol kicks on. So I don't know if that's something versus hitting the button. Sometimes you walk up, I'm a little late, or I didn't even remember to hit it. And then I have to sit through the whole 3 minutes of traffic coming through, or other people do this as well. So I don't know if that's something that ITD or the city can advocate for with the ITD to look at our lighting for pedestrians throughout all of our highway crossings. I think that would really make it a lot easier for that pedestrian to cross. You just gotta be nice to that pedestrian crossing those highways. It's a scary thing. And so everything you can do to make it better be ideal. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber.
That is all that have requested to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, members of the public. I would entertain a motion approving the preliminary design for the Fifth Avenue Pine Street Traffic Signal Project and authorizing city staff to finalize the construction documents and advertise the project for bids. Is there a motion?
Will we have time to discuss?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Or amend, or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Mayor, question for the radius. Is there a reason? I have two questions. One is about why do we need to remove the tree, and the radius there. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, and it might be helpful if I share my screen again, but the tree removal, and I'm sorry if I wasn't more clear earlier, is unrelated to the radius of the curb. Let's see.
Yeah, those were, sorry, two separate questions. Why we chose this radius and why we're removing the tree.
So this, I'll speak to the tree first. This tree is being removed to accommodate a right turn lane.
Okay.
So there is not a scenario that would meet standard and provide for safe vehicular travel across the intersection without moving this curb line to the north. When you move the curb line to the north, that tree would have to be removed. And again, the reason that this curb line has to be moved north is to accommodate a right turn lane and also to better align this through travel lane with the its destination on the other side of the intersection, unrelated to the radius of this.
Appreciate that.
Holly, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
You go ahead, Mr. Mayor. I have an unrelated question.
Okay, yeah, and I'm glad just to kind of hang on this for a minute, because we do have, as Mr. Schreiber pointed out, we do have quite a different radius on the Church Street intersection. I hear you that even if we did have a tighter radius like we do on Church, it wouldn't save the tree in this case because of the realignment and because of the right turn lane. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. But I am curious why, if the rules are the same in terms of accommodating traffic on the highway, why is it seemingly a different standard for Church Street than it is in terms of a design standard than it is for this intersection?
I can't speak to how Church was designed. I am in agreement that trucks can't make that right from Fifth onto Church. So I don't know what the history is there, but I can provide that with this plan and working with ITD, we selected a design vehicle, which again, it is a truck, and that's per ITD's requirement. And that's where this radius comes about. If there was a desire for a tighter radius, I could ask ITD if they'd consider a deviation from their standard. Although I don't know how likely that would be, but that would be something we could ask for if this turn being tighter is desired.
I think this goes back to our earlier conversation about the revision of our truck route map and enforcement. I mean, we could designed to ITD's specifications, that doesn't mean trucks are going to be allowed in here, right? I mean, we still need to enforce this as a no truck route, even if a truck can use it. But we also know that emergency vehicles need to use this, local deliveries, our plows, our garbage trucks. We don't need to needlessly inconvenience the trucks that will be using these routes as well. So, and also just going back to the turn lane, I was skeptical coming in tonight whether that was what was in the best interest of the city, but I agree with Chief Kuhn, and just knowing what a nightmare Church Street currently is without a turn lane, I think, that block is beautiful. It has an amazing canopy, a tunnel of beautiful trees, but there's literally another tree 15 to 20 feet away from this one that's identical to it. There are a lot of trees on that street. It's not going to change the nature of Pine Street as a beautiful canopied tunnel type street. I did have a question about, my unrelated question was about street parking in here. Will street parking for residences and businesses between 4th and 5th be eliminated?
So when we put that, currently parking is already pretty limited on Pine as far, you have a lot of driveway approaches. Yes, it would essentially be entirely eliminated with putting in this right turn lane on the north side of Pine, and then the south side of Pine, you'd have a travel lane. There is an opportunity for a couple parking spots on the east side. It's not much. It's something that one consideration, and this would be something to flesh out in final design and talking with who's using that area and how much of a parking need do we have. That turn lane for the dedicated right turn lane could grow. So it could be smaller now, provide parking, and in the future, if we need more of a turn pocket for that, right, we could adjust the parking, but that detail is not fleshed out. But there is a scenario that this block of Pine wouldn't have parking. And I don't know if you have information on a parking study in that area.
So, and currently there is parking on the southeast side. And that would go away.
There's a few spots. It's not a ton of parking, but there are spots. I think it's 4 hours is what it's posted for.
Mm-hmm. I have a question.
That would be an out. It is an outreach thing, and we would talk to. It does appear that a lot of these businesses, homeowners are using the alley, but identifying what that need is and trying to accommodate will be a future consideration.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
I have a question for Fonda. Can you speak to the use of development impact fees for this project?
I haven't had enough involvement with this project.
Okay.
Beginning to speak to that tonight, but I appreciate the comment and we'll definitely look into that. For your decision point tonight, it's not critical, but it certainly is moving forward.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Mr. Mayor, Holly, can you also speak? Mr. Grimm made a great point. If you are heading from the west, heading in east, and with the stacking that we've already talked about right now, don't we add more traffic that would potentially be cutting through South Sandpoint to get out, because you can visibly see how much traffic is backed up there? And from the truck route study, it looks like we're going from 10% trucks to 16% trucks on that route as well. So where we may eliminate some cut through in one area of town, we may create more in another area of town.
Well, the intention is, and we have a lot of moving pieces. The intention of this project is that this is going to be a very efficient traffic signal. The spacing and moving this traffic signal to the south actually will improve how it operates with the traffic signal at Cedar and Boyer. It'll be equidistant between those two signals, which provides for better efficiency. So from a spacing standpoint, Pine is a better location as compared to Church, because Church and Cedar were too close together and it messes with timing. So that's one efficiency improvement we're going to have. We're going to have the advanced detection so that the traffic signal will be able to recognize and see queuing and adjust its time accordingly. That should also really make this a highly efficient and operating signal. It's anticipated on our one of our most recent studies that turn movement has up to 192-foot queue. So that's anticipating stacking to Euclid. At this time, nothing beyond that, but those numbers are really preliminary, really high level, very much leaning on engineering judgment. So 192 feet is what we're anticipating, and that's the goal. And again, this isn't our multimodal transportation plan, high level conceptual, but this should be operating in a very high level of service of an A. So delays aren't anticipated at this intersection. It should be a desirable intersection. People will opt to go here with the anticipation that they're not going to be waiting at the signal.
Gotcha. And just a follow-up question on that, the current level of service at Church Street is what?
Oh, I
Is it
have
a
that.
D?
I can pull that up very quickly. So this is our multimodal transportation plan, and this is the concept. So again, high level look, but at Church and Fifth, it's a level of service of a B right now with a 20-second delay. And Pine is anticipated to be a level of service of an A.
We receive that much stacking right now with a level of service B at Church.
Well, but that's on Fifth, not on Church,
Yeah,
right?
the-
Right,
the-
Church.
the
Church
Church street level
itself
service
is like
gonna
a
be-
have.
Yeah,
B
but
or
I'm sorry,
C.
what's Church and Fifth?
Well,
I'm
it's
sorry,
for the
so that's-
whole inter.
That's for the whole thing.
Yeah, it's the whole intersection.
Okay,
We had seen previously though that level of service on Church Street
right. Was
is
it
far
B?
lower.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And that'll be vastly improved with this.
One of the other things to add while she's looking to is one of the things you can look at from the design is right now Fifth Avenue is just one lane. So when you're talking about stacking, it's strictly one lane. When you get to that intersection, there's actually with the turn lane and the go through lane, you're going to be stacking in 2 lanes too, which will help shorten that distance. You didn't notice.
Thank you.
I think, Mr. Mayor, I love the plan. We've been working on this for a long time. The community's asked for this for a really long time. I think we're fixing some deficiencies that exist with the current system. I would really urge council to ask staff to look more deeply at the possibility of putting a pedestrian crossing at 6th Avenue. I mean, you just said the stacking models didn't show it stacking past Euclid. So 6 is another full block from Euclid. I think it's not a mid-block crossing. In fact, we have several blocks between crossings, pedestrian crossings, if we eliminate this existing crosswalk. So I think for the people of Sandpoint, we really need to be thinking about an RRFB style crosswalk at 6th Avenue, kind of at the west end of the Pine Street annex of the old high school there. That it's just an absolutely massive gap from 5th Avenue to Boyer, which is where the next pedestrian crossing is. And we are eliminating a crosswalk here that does require traffic to stop for pedestrians. And I just foresee, knowing human psychology and behavior, a lot of jaywalkers not taking that right and going out of their way to go stand for up to 3 to 4 to 5 minutes to wait for a timed crossing. You talk about pedestrian safety. We're humans. We don't put our safety first. We put our timeliness first. We're Americans, I should say. We're more driven by the clock and our time than by our own safety. So just to explore this, it's a really long stretch of highway without a pedestrian crosswalk from 5th to Boyer. I think we need something at 6th Avenue. So I would request that staff look into that, start that conversation with ITD, look for some grant funds to install an RFB. I know they're not cheap, but we have one at Oak Street currently. And there is stacking that goes up to Oak Street. So we know that even where there is stacking, it's still a safe way for people to cross a highway. So that would be my request. But as far as the Pine Street, project, I think it's really good the way it is.
So is that, I guess I asked for counsel here, if we want to amend the motion here to include that and take a vote on that, or if we can just administratively, I mean, I don't know how the rest of council feels about that request.
I like it.
I'm in favor.
Okay.
Explore.
I don't know if
Okay.
it requires an
Then-
amendment to the motion. I think I would go ahead and make a motion to approve this construction.
Yeah, well, it sounds like we have consensus,
Mhm.
so that's what I was seeking.
Yeah.
Second.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Spudo,
Yes.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next, following a staff presentation and council direction during our last meeting, staff has presented a proposed ordinance that would create an administrative site plan approval expiration, clarify administrative appeal language, and add a definition for application noticing requirements. I'll now yield the floor to City Planner Amy Tweeten to discuss this with us.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to take another short break while Amy sets up?
Sure.
Go to Wendy's.
Sorry. We'll take, it's 8:25. We'll take another 5-minute break. Okay, Amy, take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. The ordinance before you is to amend Title IX, Sections 1.3 and 1.4. And the purpose is first to clarify when administrative site plan review is applicable, to establish an expiration timeline and extension possibility for an administrative site plan review, to clean up and reorganize the current appeal language in Section 914D, which includes standards that are more relevant to variance requests authorized by 996B than administrative appeals. And then to add a definition for the term adjoining that shows up in 913. So we know who we need to notice under administrative site plan reviews. That definition to be added, adjoining, would be properties that touch or bound a particular parcel of land. For notification purposes, parcels that would adjoin property absent an alley are also included. And this is just an illustration of what that is. The subject parcel is the applicant, and adjoining parcels are identified with X's. And then added language, again, is this expiration. There's not currently an expiration for administrative site plan reviews. So this would add an expiration of one, a site plan would expire a year after approval. And then if a request were made before the end of that 1 year, it could be considered for up to an additional year for good cause, such as you're proceeding with environmental remediation, or there's a land use action you're in the middle of. And again, it removes appeal language that applies to variances rather than appeals of administrative decisions, talks about negatively impacting neighborhood, exceptional circumstances unique to the property. Those are all variance standards, not necessarily grounds for someone to appeal a decision to council. So that is the summary of the ordinance before you.
Council have any questions?
Yeah, I have one quick question. Can you go back to the little schematic, the visual? So what about on the other side of the street that's on the top?
They would not be adjoining because they're not physically touching.
They're not physically touching. So you wouldn't have to notify on anybody on the other side of the street where all this is happening. Why is that?
why administrative site plans, put in the term adjoining, I don't know, but I think it's because these are the properties immediately impacted by the action.
Well, I would have to say that anybody living directly across the street from a property that somebody was gonna do something on is impacted also. Okay. That's all.
Council, any further questions? Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public who'd like to comment on this matter?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. I'll read the title of the ordinance as follows. An ordinance to the city of Sandpoint, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, amending Title IX, Chapter 1, Sections 3 and 4, Sandpoint City Code definitions and general zoning provisions, providing for repeal and severability, and providing for publication and an effective date. I'd entertain a motion that the ordinance pass its first reading by title only and the summary is approved. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Are we gonna have any discussion?
Would you like some?
Well, I'm still maybe confused. Maybe it's late. I'm
Okay.
not. Um,
Floor is open for discussion.
does anybody else have any opinion or comment on that adjoining piece? So we're not notifying the other people that could still be affected. I mean, I
You're talking
understand.
about right across the street.
Yeah,
That's what you're saying.
yes.
So
I mean,
maybe we can bring up that picture again and then you can ask the question again.
so I understand the definition of joining and I agree that it's totally correct. But if we're notifying the public, my feeling is that if you're a business or a homeowner across the street from a subject parcel, that you're still very much being affected by that. So do we notify those individuals?
We do not for administrative site plan reviews.
Okay, so that's my question to the rest of the council members. Do they feel like we should be notifying other people that are going to be affected? Even if they're not technically adjoining?
So would you say the house right across the street or which house is across the street? All of them? Everybody on the block? I'm just talking out loud.
No, I hear exactly what you're saying. I would say that it, for uniformity to make it look like a nice little box around there. So you would notify the direct across the street and a catty corner house because they're not truly adjoining, but because the street's there. But you could say it's not truly adjoining if there's a back alley that goes through there too. My suggestion would be to do the other side of the properties the same way as you do the back side of the property. It's not truly adjoining, but it's all your perception. So I don't know if there's other pieces in the code that tell us who to know.
It's a good question, and I think it may be something that comes up as we're reviewing all the code, because we may decide we do want to notice more than adjoining. That's just what the wording is in the code currently. But as we're going through the code, we may say we want to notify everyone on the block, or we want to notify for hearings, we have to notify within 300 feet. So I think the question, we were trying to put this in to clarify what does adjoining mean, but I think as we're looking at the code, we need to decide, do we just want to is adjoining what we wanted, or requires it more than that?
Okay, that's a great brief answer, as long as I know we're gonna come back around and revisit, because I think proximity is important to all of our residents and we should be notifying. But for now, if we're just defining adjoining, then we've defined adjoining, so I would not like to drag this meeting out. My goal's in bed before midnight, so let's move.
And I would add to that, that the appeal rights of any interested party are still protected in the same code section. So anybody across the street can still appeal the a site plan review approval if they feel like it's negatively affecting them. So they still have the ability to do that,
I
even if
think,
they're not.
I think notification and working as outreach is important in the city right now, though. So I'd like to see us work on that. If you can make a little note and so we see that again. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay, this will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Spittle,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
Yes.
The ordinance has passed its first reading by title only and the summary is approved. I would entertain a motion that the rules requiring 3 separate readings, once in the ordinance's entirety, be suspended and that the ordinance passes second and third reading under suspension of the rules. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Spittle,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Walker,
Yes.
Counselor Rule.
Yes.
Motion passes. This ordinance is considered read, passed, and adopted under suspension of the rules and will become effective following publication of the summary in the newspaper. Next on the agenda is a presentation on a draft schedule for the downtown zoning historic preservation workshops. In following up to council direction, staff will provide an update on public workshops and a broader implementation plan and timelines for building height regulations, historic preservation, and other zoning changes in the in the downtown core. I'll now yield the floor again to City Planner Amy Tweeden and Arts and Historic Preservation Officer Heather Upton.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. We are so excited to be here tonight. I've been waiting a long time to be in front of you to share this news. It's great to be here with Amy and also Mark Sandell, the principal at GGLO, is going to be joining us too. So we're excited to share with you that we're addressing some large goals that are important contributing factors to community character. We've heard the community and council has directed us to start addressing the following projects with data that was derived from our reports. So if you can look up on the screen, the circles, we have the Downtown Building Design Guidelines, Historic Preservation, First Avenue and Cedar Street, and core zoning implementation. All of these projects have synergy and they need to be looked at holistically to ensure that the code that we're bringing forth, that the community has been a big part of, can be lasting through all of these ebbs and flows that we go through. And things not limited to, but that this will address will be things like building height, sets, backs, scale, and materials, and then protection. And thinking about protection, I just wanted to share a little awareness moment. And I'm sure many of you have heard this from me, but we're really lucky in our community to have a National Registry Historic District. It's been a big feather in the cap for historic preservation. But I think that is misunderstood, and that's a national thing, really. That does not protect our historic buildings. And I just put a little mural together up there of some of our treasured structures. And I think all of us have memories, current memories, and some of the individuals in this room have memories of growing up there. And those buildings, they all have a soul to them. They have our Sandpoint souls. And they're at risk, and the risk could happen at any time. And so this is a very, very, very important issue that we're covering tonight. And so I'm going to go ahead and turn over to Amy, who's going to share the details of how this process is going to look.
so what we are looking to do is take council's direction to get going on workshops, specifically in the areas of, we're focused on the downtown core zoning code and historic preservation design guidelines. So it's moving forward from the design report to development of design guidelines, overlay boundaries, and updated codes relative to building heights, scale, massing, and really taking this initial step of downtown is in a broad commercial A, and the report coming up with there are different character areas of downtown, and how do we create codes that are overlays and represent the different character of First and Cedar versus the Granary area, or even Pine Street as you're, the intersection we were just talking to when Holly was here. When you come in on Pine Street, that's a very different character area, but that's all in the commercial. Well, half the street is in commercial A. So moving from this into more defined, are these exact boundaries of the overlays? What are the regulations? What are the design guidelines in these areas? And then that broader historic preservation district, again, that's not saying all buildings in that boundary are preserved, but that boundary includes all of the identified historic properties. If you want to move to the next slide. So with this, again, priority to get the codes in place. It is aggressive, but with the assistance, we believe, of GGLO, an achievable timeline moving forward. And again, the understanding is really the design report was a starting point, and now we really need to get more community input into these areas. So this is kind of looking through 3 rounds of public engagement. This is a very detailed schedule going from January into February into March. If you want to just jump, and this is kind of trying to simplify that more complicated schedule. January, doing a public survey followed by a public workshop, doing joint meetings between the City Council, Planning and Zoning, and the Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation Commission. Following that same pattern in February and in March. And again, what we're trying to get out of this is the historic district approval, guidelines for historic preservation, draft code language, and the design guidelines. And then going through the actual, so we will have the code language. Our goal is to have the code language, then going through the approval process in April. So as Heather mentioned, we understand what the hot button item is, height, but this having a short building that doesn't fit the character of downtown doesn't get us any farther. So looking at all of this holistically is what we want to accomplish. And we believe moving from the work GGLO already has done, and with their support, that while aggressive again, it would be achievable with their assistance, and we'd be happy to be working with them. So with that.
Well, and I just wanted to mention some of the deliverables I'm really excited about and getting to work with a high caliber of GGLO would be the design guideline books. A lot of you have seen the bungalow pattern book, and that's just something that the Arts, Culture, and Historic Preservation has worked really hard to put together, and kind of our grassroots here. And it's already made a huge impact on our community. So you're going to see something like that, that's similar to help guide individuals through the process to know exactly what the community is looking for when they come in to do any type of development. So it's really a huge gift that we're giving them. The historic preservation guideline book, that's also a generous gift that we're providing anybody to help them understand what local historic preservation means. And then we'll also be setting up different support systems, such as a design review board. My commission will be very involved in setting a system up that again helps anybody navigate how to go about all of this. So this is really just a celebration of not a restrictive moment, but creating more resources and more support to create a more end product that our community is really proud of, that celebrates our past, but is also the vision for what we believe that the future should look like in Sandpoint as well. And we have Mark here with any questions.
Or we're happy to answer questions.
Absolutely.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor, I have one comment. Can you go back to the map, please?
Yes.
So, on the end there, where Second Avenue goes towards the hospital, is the red zone, is that the historic piece, or what is that core overlay zone representing? Is that like our current building heights, or what are we?
That'll be defined. That's an overlay zone. So it's saying that area has similar character. So what are the attributes we're trying to encourage in new development, and what are those guidelines? Those would be, so right now, this whole area is commercial A. Commercial A right now says you can't build a metal building. Yet what do we have at the Granary District but metal buildings, and they fit fine there. So it's really looking at the different areas and what are the building attributes we're trying to preserve.
Okay, so my comment would be that the red hash should include the second half of Second Avenue up to the hospital, because that's where McDuff's is currently. And I think you're cutting that building in half by not having that little red hash go up on the full block.
Perfect. And this is the exciting feedback we're looking for as we enter into all of these workshops. And it's really exciting too, because we get to join everybody into this process. And I love that our commissions are working together and all sitting at the table together, hashing this out along with you, and all these different wonderful aspects. The other thing that is really kind of fun too is the State Historic Preservation Office is SHPO, which you saw up there. It's missing, it doesn't include an I. And they actually are just across the way in Boise where GGLO is. So they're going to be working with the State Historic Preservation Office too, very closely, to ensure that we've really captured everything in the best way for our community. And there's only one way to, in code, reflect historic preservation and ordinance, which is a local historic district. So this is
My other comment would be we left out the train depot.
No, it's in there.
But it's not in the red hash.
Oh, no. So I'm so sorry. The local historic district is the black boundary.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a friendly bubble.
Okay. I
So-
misunderstood what the red was saying then. Okay.
I love always saying this. So we're actually this is just a suggestion though of research also from a community advisory committee that was put together in 2019 after the Abbott block was burned down. So we're looking at like all the way up to the Amanda Nesbitt boarding house, right? And then all the way over to the Heartwood Center and all the way down. Sorry, I'm trying to do two things at once here. The Sandpoint Event Center, which was the old high school. And then over here, we have our train depot. And so, and then the McFarland White House down here too. So lots of exciting buildings there that are part of our cultural heritage.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
A little too tired to notice them.
Oh, no, it's
Key.
a lot of exciting topics here tonight.
Council, any other
Yeah, Mr.
questions?
Mayor, I just want to say a big thank you to staff as well as Mark and the GGLO team for getting this turned around so quickly. I think the community will really benefit from moving forward this in the next few months. So thank you.
Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Ellie Sussness.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Ellie Sussness. I'm a longtime resident of Sandpoint and the chair of the Arts, Culture, and Historic Preservation Commission. And I'm fully supportive of the plan that our staff has laid out today. You know, the last few months, I talked to a lot of people. The community is behind us on this. You know, we want to get some more feedback from them. We have momentum. That's the thing we need to keep in mind. We need to keep this going. So I look forward to working toward preserving Sandpoint's community character together. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sesnes. Appreciate that.
Jeremy Grimm.
Again, Mayor and Council, Jeremy Grimm, for the record, Sandpoint resident. I just want to put this in context. What I heard from most of the people I visited with, that things are moving really quickly. They're concerned about the pace, the ability to keep up with what's happening at City Hall. I don't think I need to remind you, the comp plan has not been adopted. In 2009, we went through 22 special meetings with the City Council with the comp plan. I look forward to working with all of you who will be up there in the new year on the comp plan. I hope we have a bunch of workshops and go through it chapter by chapter. I've heard there's a lot of public interest in following that. We're inevitably going to have more public comment. And I think this is great, and I'm excited about this passion, but there's, you know, the comp plan to get through first, which is really going to provide the basis and legitimacy for what we're going to do. So I would say, you know, great update. I just want to caution us, like, let's get the comp plan done first so we can then move forward with absolute certainty, clarity, data, and overwhelming public support for what our priorities are and what direction we're going to move on these things. And then finally, you may have heard me say this before. I think it was 2013 when we adopted the commercial A zone. We simply said no tilt up concrete. We said no parking in front of the buildings, and you have to have, you know, glass facades on the front ground floor. And as a result of that, there was a bill brought to the legislature that sought to strip all municipalities of any restrictions or design controls through their zoning, health, safety, welfare. So we have to recognize that there's a passion for preservation, but we also have to recognize that we live in Idaho, and there's a lot of people who look at freedom and property rights as in a different lens. And then finally, you know, when you're looking at building heights, it's like putting the horse back in the barn. You know, there's this thing called a takings analysis. There's some Supreme Court cases where a person buys a piece of property and then the government restricts the height. And then that property owner is compensated because it's a taking. So if they bought the property, it was zoned one thing, they could go to one height. So we do have to tread carefully. I'm sure Fonda has great expertise and resources to help us through this, but it's not as simple as just saying we're going to lower the building heights. I think incentives are probably the best way to do it. We'll have to look for a way to incentivize that. The design booklet's a good idea to say this is what we like, but I just really want to get the comp plan done first before we jump headfirst into other things. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Graham.
Mr. Mayor, that was all who's asked
Okay.
to speak on this matter.
All right, moving on. Next, we'll have a presentation on the Traverse Park Phase 2 inclusive playground and splash pad design, with the results of outreach and a project update to include concept and explanation of the process to date and going forward, including a survey opportunity to provide feedback on the latest design. I now yield the floor to Parks Planning and Development Manager Mae Nevins Lavtar, who's with us online.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. This evening, I'm really excited to introduce Mike Terrell, our landscape architect, who is our lead designer for this playground. It's the inclusive playground and splash pad at Traverse Park. And I'll be online and available for any questions. But with that, I'm just going to turn it right over to Mike, and hopefully we get out of here before midnight. Thanks, Mike.
Great, thank you, Maeve. Mayor, members of the council. I'm Mike Terrell, Principal and Landscape Architect with MTLA, working with city staff and the community on the inclusive playground and splash pad in Traverse Park. I'll give you a really quick rundown of kind of the process to date, just to bring us all up to date. In early this year, we did a master plan update. On January 5th, their master plan open house meeting here in council chambers. May 16th, we had an inclusive play workshop where we went out to Traverse Park as well, had some experts in inclusive play as well. In Land and Water Conservation Fund, grant was awarded this summer. Council accepted that grant on October 18th. November 28th, we moved really quickly into a workshop with 4 different schools, 80 different kids, designing my dream playground. The Waldorf School, Washington Elementary School, Farman Stidwell Elementary School, and Sandpoint Junior Academy. And then we had an open house that night as well. And many of you may have seen all the great artwork that the students provided during that workshop. We had enough input that we could have done 100 different parks and 1,000 acres of playground. So our goal is to kind of whittle that down and get the most important things to it, and we'll go through that a little bit. And that brings us to process we're in right now. So we have a survey that's live online right now with the presentation portions that I'm going to go through tonight to get people's priorities in terms of what is included in the playground and additional information. So it's an ongoing process that we're going to move fairly quickly through to get input. And then January 3rd, we're going to come back to council, go through the input that we received from the survey online, and then any input we received tonight, and then move forward with whatever direction we have to start working the remainder of this winter on construction drawings so that we can do construction this summer and have it open, have the playground open in late summer, early fall, depending on, construction season and bidding and things like that. So to kind of recap where we were at almost a year ago, we developed a set of themes in the master planning process to talk about, to kind of shape the playground. The core of the playground themes is Sandpoint stories. And some of those Sandpoint stories come from Patrick McManus books. And so we're weaving those in along with a lot of other stories. And again, we're looking for additional input on those as we go forward. And then moving across the splash pad into the woods, basically. So it's like taking from Sandpoint and looking to the woods towards the mountains to the west, and having the splash pad as the core of it, the core of activity within the playground, where there's a lot of action, a lot of things going on during the summer. But when the splash pad's not open, it's still part of the playground. There's a lot of activities going on. And then to the south is the relocated play structure. A portion of the existing play structure and swing sets are relocated to the south. So going back to where we talked about inclusive play this summer, there's a lot of principles that we're trying to include in here to make sure that we cover a lot of bases so that the people of all abilities, not only children with lots of different abilities, but also adults, grandparents, can really participate in the playground and join their kids and their grandkids. And so equitable use. So there's availability of different activities so that people of all abilities can use it. Flexibility of use so that things can be used in different ways. Simple and intuitive. How do I use this? So when I walk up to it, I understand how I can interact with this piece of equipment or interact in the playground. Perceptible information. It's like how, so in a lot of different ways, for instance, if someone has different hearing abilities or sight abilities, how are things perceived? And so we've gotten some feedback on how we can include that as well. Tolerance for error. So if there is some mistake, what, in interacting with a piece of playground equipment, is it safe to have an error? So it's not like when we grew up, there's asphalt under the swing sets and you break an arm, but we have safety surfacing, so it's easier to recover from an error. But that there's risk involved. Low physical effort, and that doesn't mean that everything has low physical effort, but there's interaction activities that have lower physical effort for people of all abilities. And then size and space for approach and use, so you can move around the space and interact. So a really quick kind of cost breakdown, just to recap: local matching funds, 50%, around 561,000. Federal funds from the Land and Water Conservation and matching funds, 561,000. So a total project cost of about $1.1 million. So the design process, again, to date: children's dream playground workshops, again, interacting with 80 different children in 4 different schools. It was a phenomenal day. It was exhausting, but it was great input from all the kids. And I'll tell you, if you didn't come to the open house, and having kids bring their parents in and start looking for their playground, it was quite an activity, and it was really important feedback for us. Equipment layout and design, that's what we're going through now. We're going to do conceptual design and develop it even more. Design development, final design, bidding, and construction. So the My Dream Playground results, we asked the kids the same questions we did at the open house. So we had a couple of themes we looked at: nature play theme, and then a theme play, which is more literal interpretation. Nature play outweighed the theme play 80-18. And the community open house mirrored those results. So 34-8. So nature theme play was logs and vines and things like that. So if you didn't get a chance to see that, that's sort of what nature play was. So it's less of the traditional playground piece of equipment where you climb up, you go down a slide. It was something more. And a lot of the feedback we got from the kids was, we like to have something that we can go under or we can climb on top of that seems fun, which is what was really kind of the feedback that we got. And then, what would you like to do in the playground? And so we asked kids to put a dot on their top 3. And zip line was number 1 by a long shot. Spinning, and then climbing, and then swings, and then slide. And one of the things that's really important about this is it's movement activities. And so the kids intuitively understand that it's important for their development to have movement. Zip lines, spinning, climbing. It's the vestibular learning that they get through movement. Spinning is really important, and swings are really important as well. So we're looking at those as, how do we incorporate those in the playground? So this is a foundation. Same thing with the community open house. It's great that the parents and the kids that came to the open house zip line first, then climb, and then spin. So the top 3 out of both of those line up. So we have a really important component. It's about 25% of the budget is for the splash pad. And so we ask kids, how do you like to splash? What is it that you want out of a splash pad? And we ask the open house the same way. So interactive features, things that you can interact, manipulate water. Number 1, dumping features. Kids love the sound of water going into a bucket because they hear that and then they run to where the bucket's going to dump. And so they know that. So just talking to them, it's like, oh yeah, I've seen that, and that's what I want to do. And so it was interactive, dumping features, ground elements. A lot of kids looked at and I'll show you some features pretty soon, the ground elements that create an arch that they can go under, they can interact with. And then in the open house, again, things lined up pretty well. Interactive elements, ground elements, rain elements, things from above, dumping features, and then taught features. So the next one was, what would you like to do in the playground? And so with the kids, zip line, spin, climb, swing, and slide. So you can see those motion things and those getting up and climbing on things were really important. And again, the community open house sort of mirrored those, again, with zip line, climbing, and spinning. So one of the things we had Post-it notes where we got feedback from the community as well. And so this is a sample, and I tried not to cherry pick, but there's a whole range of things. One of the things we've heard loud and clear is we need to have trees. And so need trees, big shade trees, natural features, grass and hills. So those are from the comments. Playground needs to be within clear line of sight from the ball fields. Park needs to be inclusive, safe distance from the parking lot, not overly stimulating. So there's some balance that we have to do as we go through the design. So there's some challenges as we get feedback, not only from the community in work like in the open house, but also from the different sectors of the community that both Maeve and I have talked to, as well as the kids. So I like the nature, I'd skip to the bottom. I like the nature play look. Would like to see a theme. And so those are the kinds of changes, kind of the things we look at as we go through. So again, taking that overall playground design intent, the into the woods, so you can see up in the upper left-hand corner, the nature play element, that's an element that's similar, that the kids gravitated to in terms of the nature play. One of the other comments we've gotten from the community is creating a loop around the structure, around the playground as well, so folks can walk around. One of the things I want to point out is the two, if I can point them out. So these rectangles on the left-hand side of the screen are the existing dugouts for the ball field. So the ball fields, so that gives you an idea where we are in terms of the project. Those are the existing ball fields. What is south of the playground, basically down here, is the existing maintenance facility. And then this is the new Russell tennis and pickleball facility. So again, the splash pad is at the core, Sandpoint stories, the rapids. And we start, and as I go through it, we'll show you a little bit more about how we're zoning the activities within the playground too. So I'm going to start with the north, and one of the feedbacks we got is we need a place where little kids can sled when we have snow. Hopefully we have snow this year. I have grandkids coming from Florida. They sure hope to see snow. So we have a hill and we have green grass on the north end within the playground. So we can have that interaction. So kids can climb up on the hill, they can sled. There's room up there to play in the grass. There's that interaction area within the space as well. So, and one of the things that does is it provides a spot where families can set up and kids can play and splash and then move back and forth. So if a kid is wet and cold on a day and needs to warm up, we can go up on the hill and get in some sunshine, those types of things. And then the next level down is the design portion of the playground, which has a group spinner. And one of the things we're doing because we have a relatively compact playground, is we're looking for elements that can get as many kids' activities involved as possible. And the group spinner is one that you can have 8 or 10 kids spinning all at the same time. So we can have a lot of kids doing a lot of things at one time. And then the next piece over is I keep losing my cursor, is the woodland play fort, which has some places to go under and things to climb up and has a net structure. And then the real centerpiece of the into the woods, along with all the trees that we're adding in and creating, is the zip line. And so the zip line takes up a lot of space. but remember, it's number one on everybody's list. But what we've done is created 2 zip lines, one that has an accessible chair that kids of different abilities can get in. And we can have, and what the kids liked about it when we talked to them is the kids could race on the zip line. And one of the great things about zip lines is that it's a cooperative activity. Because once you go down, it's your responsibility to bring it back to the next kid in line. And so there's a learning environment when we have things like zip lines and group spinners and things like that. So it's an important thing that kids learn cooperation and how to work together within the playground. We also have, so down in the lower left-hand corner, a hollow log. And so that starts to, in the lower portion of the park and to the left is where we have an area where it's more for little kids and kids that want to separate out a little bit more, but still be part of it. So this is a log where you can have a kid that wants to go, okay, I just want to get away from everything. I can be in the log. Kids can interact with me, but this is a spot as well. So the next thing is the splash pad. And so the real heart of it is there's a lot of things going on here and we're working through the details on it. Again, this is probably over 25% of the budget. It's a concrete pad with drain. So we'll have ground elements. We'll have elements like you see on the left, the owl spray where kids can direct spray at somebody. So the raccoons and the owls can have a water fight. The aqua juggle on the right-hand side is an interactive play feature that is lower down. So kids, a child in a wheelchair and a walker can interact with it as well. So sprays coming up from above or dumping buckets as well. And then as we get down to the area that we call the rapids, down in this corner is really kind of a tot area. And so it's a low level, some little boulders with some little sprays coming out. And so little kids can play in there. They don't have to be in the middle of a bunch of kids running around chasing water buckets and things like that. So we get an opportunity for kids of different activity levels to interact in water, but not have to be in the middle of it all the time. And the splash pad itself is recirculating. So that means it's the water comes through the elements, goes into drains, gets recirculated, treated, and then gets cycled back to the elements. So we're saving water that way and reducing water costs. And certainly that's one of the things that we've integrated in from the very beginning. So we aren't draining water away and wasting water. So that's an important element as well. So the Sandpoint Stories is integrating elements from the community, and we're working through those types of things, and we're just beginning to start that. There's one that we started out with early on, which was Bear in the Attic, which was off a cover of a McManus book. That's just a reference that may be incorporated, maybe not. One of the other elements where there's a real opportunity to have some very specific things is the inclusive merry-go-round, which you see on the lower left. That is at grade, so a wheelchair can roll right into it, and people of all abilities can move it around and participate, and that's really the definition of inclusivity. That gets an opportunity for anybody, a grandparent or a child in a wheelchair, or of any ability to participate all together. So those are really important as well. One of the things I will point out too is, so let me go back. Let me go back to the splash pad. Just to give you another reference, the blue of the center portion of the splash pad is approximately where the existing restroom concession stand is. So that'll be demolished. And that's an important reference because the tree that you're seeing in the middle of this area is a tree that's an existing tree that we're preserving within that. So we're creating a spot to save that tree, to really create that opportunity to really integrate a full-grown tree that is almost irreplaceable, so that we have a tree within the playground. It's not the only tree. There's also another tree we're saving that's existing up in the northern portion as well. So then there's a lot of trees that we're integrating on the sides. And these dash lines. So one of the challenges we have is we've gotten a lot of feedback is that kids with different abilities, there are some kids that like to run. And so we want to try and keep at least some boundaries on a playground so that it's easier for caregivers to keep track of kids. And so what you're seeing on the right-hand side, the dash lines, is fence that would be integrated into the landscape. And then on the south side as well, again, another fence integrated in the landscape so we can limit the amount of areas that can go. And when my wife and I were raising our boys, we called it zone defense. We never sat together because they were going in different directions. And so what we're trying to do is create an environment where it's easier to keep track of your kids. Then the relocated playground, there are some opportunities for additional equipment. It's not included in this grant and in this project, but we've looked at these in terms of what can be additionally added. Adding a bay to the swings. What we are including in the playground is the trees and the landscape and the fencing as part of the relocated. Within the building budget, the base relocation of the existing playground equipment is included in that. We're suggesting there's some additional equipment that could be added as well. So the next steps, we have a survey that's live online. I saw just a little while ago that we've got one person that's logged in and seen it. So that's the staff is putting out the website. That's the QR code. It's in the council packet as well. We'll get the survey results. We'll share those. We'll refine the concept plan and budget estimate. January 3rd, we'll do a presentation to council. One of the things we're looking at is getting ahead of the project to have the city purchase the equipment. One of the advantages to that is the city doesn't have to pay the overhead and profit for the contractor buying the equipment, and we can get it coming sooner. A lot of equipment, the lead times on buying equipment has been ridiculous. It's getting better. So what we want to do is make sure that we don't get held up in terms of building the playground, waiting for equipment to show up. So summer construction of inclusive play and splash pad, fall open for play, given everything lines up perfectly. So any questions that I can answer?
Council?
More of a statement. Oh,
Go ahead.
I have 4 kids, 4 little ones, and we play at this park across the street all the time. And it's right next to the road, and it's right next to parking, and my kids have never just ran out. So I don't know how big of a concern that really is. I mean, when kids see a fence, they usually stay in my experience, but.
Right.
There is a fence at that park, though.
I know, but that seems to be a big concern for people, the park being close to the parking lot.
Yes.
But if there's a fence, in my experience, I go to that park all the time and kids never run into the road. I've never seen that happen once. Because so like playground looks way more fun than a bunch of cars, and kids are pretty smart. So,
yep.
Good job.
Thank
I just had a comment about the concrete fish, that hopefully we're going to make that appropriate to our surroundings and maybe an opportunity for education in the splash pad, because we do have some endangered stuff here. And then my second comment would be I hope that we could get the survey linked to maybe the principals in the area, including the middle school and the high school. So they could hopefully encourage that to go out, and kids could do that online, potentially, just to get more input. And then just to comment back to Joel is that sometimes kids with different abilities. I know I've had friends who have children on the spectrum, and sometimes those kids are just runners and they don't always have the same perspective about cars. And I think that might be some of the concern that was in there, and where that was stated. My kids attended school with one of the kids who was a runner, and they all knew in their classroom, everybody has to watch so-and-so because sometimes he just runs unexpectedly. I think they get overstimmed and they'll just escape wherever, so.
And that's absolutely one of the reasons we're trying to balance everything out, to create controlled zones, especially on the south and areas. One of the things I neglected to mention is that Heather Upton was a tremendous resource in getting us into 4 schools on relatively short notice. And so we'll make sure that we get surveys out to as many people as possible so everybody knows where the link is. So
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. Any other questions?
Yeah, I just to compliment you and Maeve and your team. You guys have really approached this well. I mean, from the original grant that we applied for over a year ago, that was, if you recall, it was originally going to, double the size of a parking lot, but the community said, no, we want a playground. So this was a pivot to, include the splash pad with the playground project, and just the amount of thought that goes into the planning of play spaces. I really value that. I think, we see similar thought going into the planning of our downtown historic, core. And I think having this depth of like, the community engagement, having all those kids involved. I brought my daughter here and she absolutely loved just drawing her dream playground, and to be able to show this to her and say, look, the city's going to build what you asked for, what the community asked for. I think the kids of this community are going to absolutely lose their minds when this playground opens next year. And I'm really excited for it. So great job to you and Maeve for all the work you guys have put into this. And I'm super excited to see it happen.
Yeah. Great. Thank
Great
you. No
job.
pressure there.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just say a couple words real quick. I just want to let you all know that we are also working with consultants from the disabled community. We've had a number of meetings over the last year with local occupational and physical therapists who deal predominantly with pediatrics, but also with families and the integration of families with family members that are disabled. And then we've been learning quite a bit on how they use our public parks and trails to integrate with their family. And this particular project, we've been vetting with them, and we have had one recent stakeholder meeting with the Bonner County Health practitioners, and there'll be more as we get this out on the street in the next couple of days. So I just wanted to assure you that we do have local experts as well as the national experts from the playground manufacturers consulting with us. And of course, Mike and the landscape architects that he has working for him are all trained in this specific type of design. So just to let you know that that is something that is on the professional side that I don't know that has come to the table yet, or we've really shined light on, but to have that feedback given is critical in these situations, because these are the opportunities that we have to create a better community and be more aware of who all of our neighbors are and inclusive of that. So yeah, I just want to make sure you knew that.
I'd like to compliment you and thank you for that, Maeve. I think that's super important to do that outreach and connect with all those people who need to be connected with in our town. Great job.
Yeah. Thank you again, Mike. Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. For the
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. We had one hand raised.
Okay.
Rebecca Holland.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I listened with great interest, and I was really sorry to see that so much of the previous playground that was equipment is not being used as had been asked. And I'm wondering why that can't be. There was a lot of really, really good gear there. The second thing, the big elephant in the room again is location. Location, location, location. These are all great little features, but why is this playground area so far forward? Kids do run. The reason the other playground was probably what, 40, 50 yards back from the parking. People come, their little kids squeal and run all the way back there to the playground. They would have to do the same before they would hit traffic coming back. Right now, as it's drawn, it is too close to the parking lot. There's a lot of reasons that even with fencing, that's not good. There's no reason why it can't all be moved further north. The plan from some time back shows that you have another building space saved, and that was never vetted in the comp plan, master plan, the Park and Rec master plan. So I'm not certain why that's going on. We'd never want another building back there. That's part of the master plan, is to always maintain that view. So again, location. You can talk about features all you want, and the kids have great ideas, and we all love zip lines and spinning and all of these kind of things. But what's needed is for the community to be more involved in this. This is a push, and you know it. The idea of putting this forward on January 3rd, you know, this whole thing has had a big impact on the community, and it's best that you step back and have some more workshops, like real workshops, not show and tells with little sticky notes, but real workshops, and involve the parents that go there. That's the backyard for a lot of people that live around there in those apartments. So I hope that you're listening, because there's going to be noise about this, and let's just get this right. Let's keep it real. We have a new administration coming, and it's time to do things right. Thank you.
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, that's all that I've requested to speak.
Okay. For the final item under old business, city staff will provide an update on project scope, budget, and construction schedule for Traverse Park Skate Park Phase 2, scheduled for spring through August 2024. I'll now yield the floor again to Maeve.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so on my screen, I'm sharing some previous pictures that we've shared in the past from a presentation that we did with the Bonner County Skate Park Association. Tonight, I want to tell you some wonderful news. The Bonner County Skate Park Association has provided a check for $52,000 that they've raised. And these slides are great because they show pictures of all the different donations over the last couple of years. And you can see we've had a lot of our friends are in these pictures, and we've had quite a group and quite a big showing over the year. And where we are today is we have a grant we have a further contribution from the city. That brings the total budget to $402,000. So we're up $102,000 from the last time. And why that is important is because I'm going to pull up another slide here, is because we had gotten to the 60% design in our drawings, and that was the point where we had to make a decision. So this rendering that should be popping up right now, hopefully you can all see that. Great. This is the full design. If the 18,000 square feet were to be completely built out, this is the existing skate park. The view to the north, this is the north over here. It's kind of skewed. So for $300,000, we couldn't quite get a full phase 2. And by getting us to the 400,000 mark, we can accomplish a better phase line. And so that's where we are with that. And hold on, let me just move some things around so I can shuffle this. So here you see in this next rendering what the phase 2 looks like. So here's the skate park. We are now oriented properly. So north is to the top and the building would be up here, or the tennis courts would be up here and the building would be on this side over here. You can see we've got a much larger scope now, and this is what is intended to be constructed in the spring. Dreamland Skate Parks, as a reminder, they built the first phase in 2005, and they've been back since to do the repairs to the coping and other concrete repairs to the existing skate park. And they were commissioned to do the full design. That means 100% construction drawings for the entire 18,000 square foot build out and a phase 2 build. And so the build portion is what we're looking at here. And that's what we will be starting construction in just after Labor Day. They're anticipating mobilizing Labor Day weekend, and then they will be here through the middle of August. And it's anticipated to be completed by the middle of August. And simultaneously, this phase 3, we will continue to communicate that this is actively under fundraising. This phase 3 estimate, we need more money to complete this whole thing. It was estimated at about $1 million for the entire build out. It's about, for every 1,000 square feet, it's about 100,000 square feet, especially when you get into the bowls, because there's much more drainage and much more dirt work that needs to happen. So the cost goes up, and these are all bowls. If I go back to what that other plan was, you can see there's this big bowl with more flowing features that would tie into the rest of the park, and then a second smaller bowl over here. So those are your big high dollar ticket items right there. And that's where something in the future, with the shovel ready plan, this project will be well positioned for another grant. And off the top of my head, I think the land water conservation grant would be a really good fit in the future. There'll be another cycle in 2025. And if the city can find matching funding, then it's typically a 50% match. And there's been substantial federal funding released in the last year that's currently going through the legislator for outdoor recreation fund. So I encourage council to keep their eye on funding opportunities, because I could see this being a future phase. So going back to phase 2, so this is where we are, and this is what we're going to be able to build. Now, granted, if we had a massive donor come in between now and the spring, Dreamland is willing to look at what else could be added, or they could also come back. Let's just say that the really big ticket donor came in and we were able to realize this whole phase 3. They could possibly come back in the fall, and so we could see the whole thing built out. But let's stay in reality, and reality is phase 2 is coming, and with phase 2, the construction part of it, and that's going to also include construction of this north plaza that is the interface between the existing tennis courts, and that plaza, as well as the existing tennis court, that will be coming to you in a future council meeting. But we do have the budget of $275,000 for the existing tennis courts to be renovated, and with that, this plaza and those tennis courts are going to be renovated, and that work would be scheduled to begin in July. Mike Terrell is also on that project, so with him on the team for all 3 projects, it's a seamless integrated design, and we all collaborate. All of our designers collaborate with Dreamland, as well as our lighting designers. So that's the update with that. And I want to give a really big shout out to Rory. I believe he's been here all night, and he is the president of Bonner County Skate Park Association. And if Rory, you want to say anything, feel free to take the podium. I am grateful you stayed all night for this. You're the reason we are able to make this phase happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bonner. I want to Maeve, just a clarification. You said Labor Day. I think you meant Memorial Day.
Sorry. Yes, Memorial Day.
Just tell us dates. May
28th. They are tentatively scheduled to arrive and mobilize on May 28th. And it's a pretty large, it's their whole crew that will be here.
Okay, I just wanted to make that clear for the public. I was pretty sure I knew what you meant, but.
Yeah.
Yes, and for those of you that are gonna ask, I know you will, the skate park, the existing one, I do believe has to be closed. They'll try and work with it, but it's a pretty heavy construction site and they'll have to block this whole area off to where the phase 3 would be, because that's where they're gonna park all of their vehicles. There's a lot of dirt work that needs to happen. There's that big green berm that needs to come out, and quite a bit of very technical grading and concrete work that has to happen. So Danielle, the owner of Dreamland, has told me that they'll be working around the clock for that whole time to get it open as quickly as possible.
Maeve, does this include lighting?
So that's a great segue to the next agenda item, if you want me to roll.
So maybe ask a couple more questions about this first,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah, we're gonna get to the lighting in a minute, I think. Maeve, quick question. So
Yes.
you threw out the number of $100,000 per 1,000 square feet is kind of the estimate. Seems like phase 3 is nearly as large as phases 1 and 2 combined. So I'm guessing that's around 8,000 square feet for phase 3. Is that what we're looking at there?
Well, it's
around
actually, yeah, it's probably about 8,000, might be a little bit less. This existing skate park is 5,000 square feet. So we're doubling the footprint, and we got a good deal out of Dreamland because they locked in that pricing. We locked it in over a year ago. So,
My question is there any possibility of breaking phase 3 into 2 additional phases? So we don't have to raise $700,000 to $800,000. Rather, we could go for another $400,000 round of construction.
that would be a question for Dreamland. The problem with doing that, Jason, is we have a drain, and I'll show you when we jump to actually, I can show you now. The construction. So I have a drainage pipe. Don't know if you can see it yet. We have a pretty substantial drainage pipe that comes in. This is the grading plan. It comes in we're tying into the existing system, and it literally splits the project in the middle, and then it forks to the north and connects over here to the existing skate park. So a lot of that has to do with the infrastructure that's under the concrete, and that's where the cost is. So it's very difficult to construct this. Like if you were to break it in, I would say maybe you could do a small section up here, but looking at this grading plan, I think this piece would need to be your big chunk, and that's probably the most expensive piece down here on the south end. So it is something to consider, and with a shovel ready plan, Dreamland certainly can play with it. So if we did have that money come in, you can, and that's a question that we can ask them for the future. But at this point, we focused on what was realistic.
Maeve, you said that the next round for the LWCF grant is not till 25. Is that the application period, or is next year the application period for that?
The application would be January of 2025, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If it's now, then we're gonna miss it. No, it's every 2 years typically. Yeah. So that's kind of what's going on here. This is the 60% design set, and you can see the phase line was a little bit less. So this was when we only had $300,000, and now they've made it a little bit bigger. So now this whole chunk, and then it breaks up here. So for those folks that are skaters, there's a couple features in here that will be included, as well as the barrier on the north side. So yeah.
Thank you, Maeve. Council, any
Welcome.
further questions?
Maeve, one more question. Can you clarify where the city's share of this project is coming out of our budget? Is that a parks capital improvement? Is that general fund? Where are we getting the city's chunk of this?
Sure. So the city's share of this, which is the $300,000, came from the recreation use fees. Those fees are generated typically by our big ticket.
Maeve,
Oh, sorry. Yes.
if I can just jump in.
Sure. Thank you, Jennifer.
The 300,000 was from development impact fees because it is an expansion of developed park space. So that's coming from development fees. 52,000 came from a donation from the Skater Association, and an additional 50,000 we had in parks capital improvement dollars.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on this matter?
One moment while I check Zoom. No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. We'll now move on to new business with a request from staff for council to consider authorizing an application for a T-Mobile hometown grant in the amount of $50,000, which would be used for the Traverse Skate Park expansion project. And once again, I'll yield the floor to Maeve.
Thank you. So a continuation of the same presentation, and in this you see all of the skate park expansion. And down here on the south, this is the existing bowl, just for reference. And these blobs, this is lighting. So the T-Mobile grant and the grant that I'm requesting permission to apply for is specifically for the outdoor lighting, which would be LED and dark sky compliant lighting. It's already been designed and it's been broken into 2 phases. So in this first phase, it's alternate 2A that would cover the existing skate park as well as the phase that we will be building this summer. And so that's to provide lighting for all of that. We did bid this project. It just opened up yesterday, so I have some unofficial pricing, and we're really close to the $50,000 maximum grant amount. So we would be asking for the full $50,000 amount from that would be potentially available. And if awarded that, then it would cover the lighting. So that's what I'm asking for, is lighting. I do have more renderings that relate to lighting if you're curious. This is the construction side of things. This is the light fixture and just how it would go into the box. One other thing I should point out is that with the lighting, we would, and here you can see it again with all the lights. We would also include the cable pull, so the cable would be basically stubbed out for the future phase. So it would be all ready to go. And when the future phase comes on board, then we also have the pricing for that based on current pricing. So that could be included in that estimate for that project, which would essentially add about another 100,000 to that estimate. So it was 600,000 for this other phase, plus another 100,000 for the additional lightings. Now, certainly you can, if you don't have all the money, you can selectively put in light fixtures and you can phase it. Lighting is one of the easiest things to phase. It's usually you need to pull the main run and get it out there, and then you need at least a couple lights. But in our case, I think we'll be able to provide, going back to this rendering, I think we would, with that grant, we would be able to fulfill the entire design of that phase 2A. So tonight in front of you, you have a request for a resolution of support to move ahead with this grant.
Thank you, Maeve. Council, any further questions? Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this matter, Madam Clerk?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution authorizing city staff to submit an application for a T-Mobile hometown grant to be used for the Traverse Skate Park expansion project. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor McAllister?
Yes.
Counselor Dick?
Yes.
Counselor Spital?
Yes.
Counselor Welker?
Yes.
Counselor Rule?
So excited for the skate park community. Yes.
Motion passes. For the next item under new business, council will consider authorizing submission of an application for grant funding under the Transportation Alternatives Program, which, if awarded, would be used to provide infill and connectivity on North Boyer Avenue. I'll now yield the floor to Construction Manager Holly Ellis.
Okay, I'll pull up my screen and then hopefully I've got subtitles off. Right. I don't know how that, I didn't know it was an option, but
It made it interesting.
yeah. Don't know that they were all that accurate. Okay.
It was pretty accurate and made it accessible for other people too.
So the North Boyer Sidewalk Connectivity Project in a potential grant opportunity. The picture here is on the east side of Boyer Avenue, and you'll see there's a section that doesn't have a path or a sidewalk, and obviously it is getting traffic. You can see it's kind of trampled by grass. We'll talk about the existing condition on Boyer, the proposed project, and the grant opportunity. So existing connectivity, Sandpoint's multimodal transportation plan identifies Boyer as a critical multimodal route to provide north-south connectivity. It's also identified in that plan on the bike priority network, shown to have a multi-use path on the east side from Baldy to Schweitzer cutoff. Currently, there's a map on the right-hand side that's trying to show the existing condition. So there's a bike lane on Boyer from Larch to Schweitzer cutoff, but you have these patches of sidewalk and multi-use path. Specifically, there's sidewalk on the east side of Boyer from Alexander Way to Schweitzer cutoff to the north, shown in orange. And then south of that, there's some multi-use path until you get to Baldy, where it transitions back to sidewalk. And this is specifically on the east side. So there's really not a lot of congruency here. There is a vision to have a multi-use path, but at some point, perhaps it was lost, and we have these gaps of sidewalk. Speaking to the existing condition today as well, the right-of-way along Boyer changes, but in this particular location, it's 55 feet. Boyer's an arterial, and what our UATP provides in our code provides that the arterial should have a right-of-way of 80 feet. So 55 foot is quite inadequate. But what we can do with this existing right-of-way is provide sidewalk and a planter strip. So on the right-hand side, again, there's a map. In blue, there is either sidewalk or path. So on the north side, along Boyer, again, it's sidewalk. The south side along Boyer, it's multi-use path. The project in the infill needed that we're here to discuss today is what's highlighted in green, and where there's no path, no sidewalk. So we're connecting infill, connecting sidewalk and a multi-use path. And the recommendation is to provide a sidewalk as an infill in this area. By providing a sidewalk, you're able to put in a 6-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot planter strip. The value of being able to provide, and I guess I'll clarify, with that 55-foot right-of-way that we have, sorry if this is a little scattered, we have 10 feet available between the existing curb and the private property line. With that 10 feet, you could put in a 10-foot path. If you do that, you lose your snow storage. And as you're aware, when Boyer's plowed, all that snow will pile up on your path. The other downside to that is when you plow that pathway, the pathway itself also needs snow storage. So if you put in a 10-foot path directly on the curb of Boyer, when you're plowing the path, the snow wouldn't have any place to go without putting it on private property. So the only connectivity without acquiring property acquisition is a 6-foot sidewalk. So that is the proposal, is to provide connectivity within the existing footprint. Again, the right-of-way along Boyer is inadequate. Perhaps there would be a future effort to holistically look at Boyer, maybe acquire right-of-way or easements and do something, but this would be something we could do today. So there is a transportation alternative grant available. This is administered by LTAC, by ITD. The purpose of this grant is to provide alternative transportation projects to advance ITD's strategic goal of mobility, safety, and economic opportunity. The max grant award is $500,000 with a 7.34% local match. This would provide funding for design and construction to follow federal guidelines. Prevailing wage, Davis-Bacon, and Buy America would apply during construction. Again, this project would not require right-of-way acquisition, and in fact, the TAP grant would prohibit us from, we couldn't apply for the grant if we had to get right-of-way, or easements. If we were awarded this project, the schedule would be such that we would design this project in fiscal years 2025 and construct in 2026.
Okay. Council, any questions?
Great work. Yeah, just you guys identifying these pedestrian priority networks that we need to invest in, that we should invest in with our limited resources, and then going for the dollars to be able to do more than we have in our budget. It's like amazing. Good job.
Madam Clerk, are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this matter?
One moment while I check Zoom. No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the resolution authorizing a transportation alternatives program grant application, which funds, if awarded, would be used for infill on the shared use pathway on the east side of North Boyer Avenue. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Spudo,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next is an ordinance that proposes to grant a non-exclusive electric franchise in the city of Sandpoint to Northern Lights Incorporated. Per Idaho Code, Council will consider first reading of the ordinance this evening and approval of the summary, which will be published in the newspaper. Once 30 days has passed and the summary has been published, Council can then consider final approval of the ordinance. If the introduction of the ordinance is approved this evening, it is anticipated this will be back on the agenda for final consideration on February 7th. I'll now yield the floor to City Administrator Jennifer Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you're not going to believe this, but I'm going to be really short on this item unless you have questions, because this franchise agreement with Northern Lights replicates the franchise agreement that you just approved with Avista Utilities. So the sections that we added into our franchise agreements that addressed our urban forestry protection, following our code in that regard, making sure that if you're going to be impacting streets right of way, that there are appropriate permits that go through the city for traffic control plans and approval in advance of doing projects. Otherwise, this is the exact same agreement that we did with Avista, minus the reference to the gas utility, because Northern Lights only has electric. And I will stand for any questions.
Any questions, Council? Okay. Madam Clerk, is there anyone from the public that would like to comment on this matter?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I will read the title of the ordinance as follows. An ordinance granting Northern Lights Incorporated, its successors and assigns the non-exclusive right, privilege, authority, and franchise to locate, construct, install, own, maintain, repair, replace, extend, operate, and use facilities in, upon, over, under, along, and across the franchise area for purposes of the transmission, control, sale, and distribution of electricity within the city. I would entertain a motion that the ordinance pass its first reading by title only and the summary is approved.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister,
Yes.
Counselor Spudo,
Yes.
Counselor Dick.
Yes.
Okay, the ordinance has passed its first reading by title only and the summary is approved and will be published in the newspaper. Final consideration will be back in the council agenda after 30 days has passed. We're almost there, people. We've got a couple items left. Do we need a brief break, or can we power through?
Power through.
Power through. Okay, here we go. Next on the agenda is the city's annual lease of War Memorial Field to the Festival at Sandpoint for its 2024 concert series. A special event permit is also required and will be considered and issued administratively in accordance with the city's adopted special event policy. I'll now yield the floor once again to City Administrator Jennifer Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cassidy and Cheryl and across pretty much our citywide group worked together in putting together the 2024 lease and included as an attachment the draft permit for the festival at Sandpoint. Our recommendation to council is that you postpone action on this item until your next meeting. Festival notified us this week that they are still in the process of having this reviewed by their legal counsel, and they may have some red line and comments back for us. One element I will note for council that is probably our most significant change for the 24 lease versus what we've had in past years is clarifying again the use of pesticides at our facilities. This has been a public issue in the past. We have always had a provision in our lease where we have required Festival to notify us in advance and put in a request for use of pesticides. And there have been several years where we haven't gotten that request in advance. It's been the public that's notified us that they've had concerns that there was spraying occurring at most of the time on the field. We did talk through this issue with Festival this last fall as we were debriefing Festival planning for 2024 and the event itself and coordination for 2023. So we did add language in here clarifying that any use of pesticide must be requested at least 15 days in advance in writing. It requires if approved, it requires posting 72 hours before application, leaving signs in place at least 72 hours after application to notify the public. And those signs must contain the name of the active ingredients used in a pesticide product, the date, the name, and the contact information of the leasee regarding that. And that language was taken out of our requirements on council adopted herbicide policy. So for ourselves, for city staff, our parks maintenance and ground crew, when we are using any herbicides, and we don't use pesticides, but I think the intent with the council was the same. This is taking those rules out of the council adopted herbicide policy and ensuring that we have that in this lease so it's clear what the city expectation is. So our recommendation again is that you postpone decision on this until the next meeting, and we'll probably have a bit of a red line draft for you from what you're seeing tonight.
Okay, does council have any questions on that? Madam Clerk, any comments from the public?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to postpone approval of the resolution for the lease of the War Memorial Field to the festival at Sandpoint for their 2024 concert series until council's next meeting on January 3rd, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Counselor Rule,
Yes.
Counselor Dick,
Yes.
Counselor Welker,
Yes.
Counselor Spudo,
Yes.
Counselor McAllister.
Yes.
Motion passes. The final item on the agenda this evening, staff will present for discussion proposed changes to the city's mortgage policy. Changes proposed include wait list priority for city residents and priority for sailing vessels on the dry dock. No action is required at this time. It is anticipated that a policy for consideration will be presented during council's next meeting on January 3rd. Once again, I will yield the floor to City Administrator Jennifer Stapleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really a cleanup item for us. As you know, we've been working over the past 8 years on policy and procedure development and adoption, because that wasn't something in the past that we did a lot of and had in writing. Frequently, like what we did with mortgage, and I included in your packet, is there would be council resolutions deciding a particular issue or an element of a policy, but not an actual adopted policy that we now have in a centralized area in the cities that we can access across all of our divisions, our departments and service groups. So we know what our policies are and we're ensuring that we're following. Our intention was to get before council our practices and policy that we have put into effect for mortgage over the last couple of decades before you, so you have a chance to look at it, but wanted to bring to you tonight just for some quick feedback, because we are looking at including it in draft policy. We have had numerous requests from Sandpoint residents that we change the way that we are doing our prioritization for wait lists. As you know, boat slips are at a premium and difficult to get these days on the lake with our population growth. And currently, and historically, our past has been anyone can get on the wait list for a boat slip, and we have a different pay structure, cost structure in moorage for Sandpoint residents and for outside of city residents. And you'll recall that recently we added a third tier for someone who lives outside of Bonner County as well. But we are looking at bringing back to council with the moorage policy proposal that for any new open slips, that waitlist priority is given to Sandpoint city residents, as it is a city marina. Secondly, we are also recommending that on our dry dock, in the past, our dry dock wasn't full either, so we've allowed in a couple of cases. We've had some kayaks on the dry dock, and some paddle boards on the dry dock. But again, as space opens up in the dry dock, the original intent of the dry dock was that it be used for sailing vessels that really aren't easy to transport in and out. And there are very few marinas on the lake actually for sailing vessels. Our Windbag Marina is one of those. And so we are also looking at including within that policy priority for sailing vessels on the dry dock. We are looking at and have been working for several months at looking at locations, costing, and options for next year's budget to actually have storage lockers for kayaks and for paddle boards down at our various water access areas. And that would be a better place and more feasible with more options for paddle boards and kayaks as opposed to our dry dock. We've got people in the past who have been on the waiting list with a catamaran, for example, looking for space for the catamaran. So a storage locker would not be an option for that. Instead, they're having to tow that down to the launch and launch it and pull it out every time. And again, that was the intent of our dry dock. So just wanted to get some feedback from council tonight as to whether you would support us including these changes or you felt you wanted to stay with current practices.
Council?
Thank you for prioritizing the citizens.
Yeah, we need to prioritize Sandpoint.
So I would concur with them, and I would go even further to ask, is it, could we explore the pros and cons of making our slips only available to Sandpoint residents?
You could. You will have a very excited crowd in here. You could not do it for 2024 because we're too close to moorage renewals, but typical with other marinas, when you've had a slip, we give you the option to renew the slip, but we always have some slips that come open. There's some turnover that occurs. Another discussion that we're having currently, and we just are not at the point that we feel we're ready to bring this to council, is we've also had complaints from residents that people have slips and then for whatever reason, they haven't used them for the majority of the summer. And that for us, how we monitor that, how we do it fairly, the additional work that goes along with that is something I feel we need to work through more before we make a change. I feel these two changes to what we're doing currently is a start of probably some changes that we take up in the future, which may include if council wants to consider limiting moorage to city residents.
So my reasoning behind that would have to do with some of our parks master plans, especially City Beach, that suggests many more docks be constructed. And it seems to make logical sense that we would make sure we're serving our Sandpoint residents with our Sandpoint Marina and docks before we build more docks to serve others within the region. Not that I'm opposed either one way or the other, but that seems to be logical and more fiscally responsible to the residents of Sandpoint.
Just pointing out that that's essentially what we're doing. I mean, by prioritizing city residents, any slips that come open are going to go to city residents. I
Right,
mean, are you
that could
suggesting
take
we,
quite some
so
time.
non-city residents who currently own slips would be told that next year they don't have a slip? That's what that would do.
I'm not proposing that that would happen over 1 year's time. Maybe that's happened over a phased time frame as we look at providing further or building further docks.
Right, and that's what
And-
this policy would do. The only feasible way for a non-city resident to get a dock anytime in the future is if there weren't enough city residents who demanded docks. I don't see that happening. Because if we always prioritize city residents, there's zero chance a non-city resident can get a dock that comes open or that we build unless there's not enough demand among city residents.
Or people outside just continue to pay for it even if they don't use it and they just don't give it up, especially if they find out that's gonna be the case. I'm just saying that's a
I
possibility.
believe we do have a policy that says if you use it, if you don't use it, you lose it.
We don't currently have that. You can't use a boat, you can't operate a commercial business because this grant funds. So LWCF built our marinas too. So we've got restrictions with that. You cannot be using it for commercial purposes. You must have the boat, own the boat. You have to send all the information about the boat, your insurance, and all of your documents at the time that you're renewing your boat slip. Sometimes there are different scenarios why people don't have a boat in a slip for a period of time in the summer too. It's happened where someone's boat, they had an engine failure, they had something, and now it takes them a couple of months over the summer to get that repaired. And so they've kind of lost that season, but they plan to have their boat back for the next year. So it is something we're watching. But again, how we are going to manage that, because people are moving their slips. Sometimes they're in the marina. They might choose to go to a different lake. We have sailboats and we have larger boats where people are out actually moored somewhere else, open water on the lake and spending a week. And if we're going through and checking at that time, their boat's not there because they're using it out on the water. So there's just scenarios that make that a little bit more difficult for us to determine how best we're going to verify that people are actively using their slips. But at least for some of the public concerns that we have about, again, city residents having access to boat moorage. We've heard this over the last couple of years as moorage has gotten really tight across the lake, that city residents are really frustrated that they aren't prioritized over somebody outside of city limits for an open spot.
Sure. I would also add that something to consider for the future as we move into design and implementation of the improvements to the parking situation. We've got the RV park that we envisioned for trailer parking in the future to expand trailer parking, incorporating a possible means of charging for launching from City Beach and possibly having a tiered or free for city residents. Non-city residents have to pay to launch. You know, there's not many public boat launches in prime locations like this that are free for everybody, and city beaches, I think, overused for that purpose. And then we lose parking for city residents as well when more trailers are parked for free at our public parking lot. And okay, sorry, yeah, I'll leave it at that. It's very late.
Any other comments, Council?
It'll come back to you so we can discuss it obviously at the next meeting. We're just looking for some direction tonight, whether we're coming, because we haven't talked about this prioritizing city residents and prioritizing the sailing vessels on the dry dock. So
okay,
we didn't want surprises.
Thanks. Madam Clerk, anyone from the public that wants to comment on this matter?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. That concludes our agenda for this evening. Thank you, everyone, for the long,
Merry Christmas.
dedicated attendance.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays.